Danny, how many times did I ask you to come on the show to do an episode on yourself?
And cut. Done. 100. I don't know.
100. Yeah, it was more than 100 times probably. Since we started this, I mean, I know your story. I know. So I already knew, being friends so long, I knew a lot of your backstory, but I wanted it kind of out there. And we talked about Dre being a private person. You're even more so.
Yeah, if I was ever apprehensive about an episode, this would be it, either from the editing or just getting on the mic. Definitely. I don't like things out there on me, on the internet. I don't like speaking in front of the microphone. Yeah.
Good thing nobody listens.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I asked you so many times, and then finally I asked you again, and I got a different answer, and I was very shocked. But then I was also thinking, man, this is very tenuous. He's going to change his mind.
Yeah, I think what changed my mind is, I'm looking at the episodes we do for everybody else and realizing that, hey, like we've said in the past, that it's not just for the officers. Sometimes it's for their families. And what kind of made me consider it was my parents had been asking. And then I started thinking about my kids, and if I end up retiring soon, I'm going to retire, and they're still pretty young. So they've known me as a police officer a little bit, and so eventually maybe down the road, those memories might kind of fade, and they really didn't understand what this job was like and how it affected our family and how it made me the person who I am. So I thought, well, maybe there's something there that I can leave for them, that they have, that they understand who their dad was.
They need to know that their dad was the guy who made everybody come in on a rainy Saturday morning just trying to get out of this.
Yeah.
I'm sure you looked at the forecast.
Yeah.
And you were like, it's going to rain. It's going to Saturday morning.
They're going to turn around.
Maybe nobody will show up.
The wreck out on 75.
Yeah. Oh, he was hoping for a wreck. Yeah, it was bad. Actually, I think I said it in episode. I came in extra early that day, for one, so nervous and giddy. But also I was like trying to avoid any traffic to not be late, but we brought Misty back for that one, which is great.
But the episode was how long? 4 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful. And I think I knew...
The mini audiobook.
I was going in and knowing, like, whatever we're going to talk about, I can keep talking about it. And I remember trying to abbreviate and abridge things in my mind when telling stories. We skipped over a lot, especially like talking about Southeast. I just glazed over it. Talking about narcotics, I barely said anything about narcotics because this thing would have just dragged out forever.
Well, there's so many unique things, and and I always try to tell everybody's story in context, and your story is very unique from a lot of police officers, and how you grew up and what you did and your background in music. So I had to go where it started. I had to go to your Kim and have a little, work some back channels to get with her to kind of get info on you, and said, hey, here's what I want to do for Danny's episode. I want to get a lot of letters from people that he's interacted with in his life and different phases of his life, and I want to kind of put this together. And she was like all for it. She just said, you need to kind of help me talk him into this. And it sounds like she might have been urgent in some ways. I don't know how she did it, but you did come around. Mm-hmm. And she and I were working against you on that.
You had done the letters thing before. Like we'd had it a couple of times.
It was only one other time, and Misty did that on my episode.
Yes, yeah.
And they were not long letters. They were surprising, and they were impactful. Because I know how they made me feel, mm-hmm. and I wanted you to have that same feeling. But I knew I needed help to get all that, because I didn't know all these incredible people that you interacted with and grew with. As a rock climber, as a musician, and so your mom really made the episode on that and get me contacts of these people.
They definitely had an effect. I mean, the people you pulled out, some of them I hadn't talked to in almost 20 years, so that they had something to say, especially very gracious and generous. Yeah, it was a shocker.
Did you reach out to him after the episode?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, in some ways you reconnected that way too. Like you talk about Lieutenant Brandon Woolley on the Billings Police Department. And, I think he became an officer after I became an officer, and haven't really kept up with all that. So kind of surprised. Oh, he's a lieutenant now. And just Dr. Landreth at Colorado State University. She's still there, but that she had good memories of me, obviously, when sometimes I question what her memories are of me. And then with how big that episode was and the stuff you kind of wanted in it with the letters and everything else, I mean, we put some of the music I had in there. We had Radio Traffic from July 7th in there.
It started with that.
Yeah, it was a big production. Putting that, it was a lot to edit, and I still to this day I can't listen to it. Like, I listened to it when I edited it, and that's good enough. But I cringe when I listen to my own voice, obviously.
Yeah, I had to get used to that, my hick voice, and saying too many times when I started this. But going back to those letters, I've been around you a lot since we started working together in 2010, and I don't recall ever seeing you that taken aback or surprised whenever we started reading some of these letters. Cougar, and then when we said Brandon Woolley, I thought you were going to fall over backwards.
Yeah, fell out of the chair.
Yeah, and that was really cool, and that is the reaction that I wanted to do, and I like literally, Kent knows that flow for that episode was probably like 8 pages long, but I had the letters. I gave you a copy of the flow without the letters, and that's what you had because I wanted you to be prepared to what I'm going to ask you.
What topics we're talking.
Yeah. And I do that occasionally, but I had each of the other guests the copies with the letters inserted, and we all kind of tag team reading those. And that was by design because I try to intertwine them with moments in your life, whether it's growing up and then rock climbing and then going in music and then and then getting into the SWAT career and then July 7th, and that's what I had a vision for it, and I sometimes I don't achieve the vision I have, but sometimes I overachieve, and I felt that I did it with putting that flow together, and I take a lot of pride in doing that flow. And there are some parts, like you said, we did kind of skip over some certain things. I didn't give a shit if it was a 8-hour episode. I didn't care because I knew we were going to take a long break after.
Well, I think we cared at the moment. We were getting pretty hungry.
Oh, we were hungry. Yeah, we had been here a while, but I didn't really care that the content. There were some certain key points we want to hit on, and I had no idea you were going to add in the music till after the fact. I didn't know you had that audio of yourself. Mm-hmm. That was awesome. Mm-hmm. That was really cool. Misty reads beautifully when she read Dr. Landreth's letter. And
is that the last episode we've seen her on?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's the last time we've seen her.
Misty's up there teaching teenagers and bridging the divide with law enforcement and high schoolers in a different way. Miss her. We still chat. I want to get her back in maybe for this December break. Get her in for some other recordings.
She hits me up every once in a while for reports and information on different stuff from our office. So
you and I went and spoke there.
Yeah, the next one I'm going to hold off and tell her, like, you need to come back here before I give you anything else.
Job back south. Yeah.
Little tit for tat.
So we were getting ready to record, and I was totally coordinating with your mother, and she was probably as excited as I was. And I think that I sent her my intro that I had typed out, and she gave me the idea for the Field of Dreams. Yes, yeah. That was a story. She told me a story that had a Field of Dreams reference, and then I said, you know what? I'm going to tie that into the intro, and that's what I did. And I remember sending her what I had typed up, and then she really liked it, and
the intros was a surprise to me too, as well. Yeah. Right? I couldn't get to hear any of this until I was told, here it is, put it together, and I thought, wow, how apropos on the Field of Dreams allegory there. But of course I worried about if I would regret doing this. Yeah, it still kind of bothers me that it's 4 hours out there, but I'm happy that I did not regret doing it. So thank you for talking me into it. And I thought it was in some ways almost full circle, as I kind of did that recording towards the end of my career here. And I had Joe King on my left, who was there at the start of my formative career as an officer in uniform working Southeast. And then on my right, I have Sergeant Wolverton, who was my supervisor when I started my career in SWAT and was a role model, informative in my second half of my career. So kind of came full circle for me, and I appreciate that.
Holy Holy
Market and Lamar, Market and Lamar. Assist officer, shots fired. Okay, code 3, stay off the radio, officer down. Channel 2, all SWAT officers on Channel 2, code 3, Market and Lamar. Code 3, Market and Lamar, shots fired. We just don't know where the suspect's at. Saying the suspect has a rifle. Got a rifle, put us on this call. Stay off the radio, guys. I'm trying to give you updates. They're saying by El Centro. Out here, we got a guy with a long rifle. We don't know where the hell he's at.
They're shooting right now. And there's an officer down. It's coming from the right over there. From around this building. I don't know where. Main Street and Lamar. This is Main Street and Lamar.
He's in that building right here. Shots from that building. 69, we have got to get DFC down here now. We have 169 right now. 169, get him here. They're on the way.
They're moving in on somebody.
I got a couple SWAT guys with me. Team of 340.
I think they might have got somebody.
DFR set up somewhere. Am I taking this guy to the hospital? He's low 6. Go. Notifying Baylor and Parkland. Oh.
Don't worry, I'm behind a tree.
We believe he's in El Centro College.
I think another officer's down around
Surrounding
the
him
corner
for
over
SWAT
here.
guys in here, please.
They got SWAT over here. I can't really get any closer. I'm safe, man. Don't worry about it.
818. Suspect is inside the El Centro building. Inside the El Centro building. Break.
So they just dragged one of the officers up into this police car right here to give him some attention. And there's somebody else down over there.
My car shot those 6 on the route to the Baylor Hospital. Let them know I'm coming. We got him on the phone. We get this situation under control. There's having shots fired also on Main Street as well. Other officers hit.
Something officers are taught, all officers are taught from the beginning of the academy and all through training, and we speak to it constantly, is that you go home every night. You know, bad guys don't win, you win. If you get hurt, if you get shot, you keep fighting, but you go home. You never give up. And something I realized about this suspect was that this guy was prepared to go all the way. He was committed to his cause. And that included he was willing to take it to death. And I think when I heard that Lauren had been shot, that changed my mindset to where I realized I need to die tonight. I realized I'm probably going to have to die tonight. I'm going to need to do that to meet this suspect at the level he is at so I can make sure he is not getting away. He is not going to be able to continue this and shoot more officers. But in order to be better than him, I at least have to meet him at the level he's at, which is he is committed to losing his life for this cause, and I need to be committed to the same. And I didn't make that choice from a place of fear at all. It wasn't that I had resolved myself to, well, this might be the end. It was that I was resolved in so much in a way that I knew this might be the mission tonight. And then that is the mindset I kept the rest of the night for the next 2 or 3 hours. And that is a very special place to be in your mind for that long. I love being a street cop and really helping people. Nothing got me fired up more than hearing a 911 call about a woman in a closet with her kids, and there's a home invasion with guys who are armed, and she's calling for help and racing there to get there to see if I can beat them before they get out the door, you know. You know, police work changes you forever. You look at these kids that graduate the academy, let's say they're 22 years old. They signed up for this job and they know it, but they get out there on the streets, they're 22 years old, 23 years old. They're on their own, driving the squad car, badge and a gun. They're going to calls where they see dead kids. They're answering shootings. They may be in a shooting themselves. They're pulling up on scenes where there might be a mob of people and they have to take control of it. They're aware of the dangers. They've driven this car really fast. They've fought people in handcuffs. They've put hands on some of the baddest dudes and the baddest gangs in South Dallas. There's just no way you can get around it changing you. But just realize that ultimately, in the end, we are privileged. We are so privileged to walk this walk in this profession and deal with these things. And although some of those things may be traumatic, in a lot of ways we're privileged to end up at the very end of it. You know, to be so alone in such a moment, but still come out alive or victorious in the end, either by your own skills and perseverance or from a miracle of God. And just try to remember that we are still very privileged.
You're listening to the ATO Bridging the Divide podcast, brought to you by the Assist the Officer Foundation.
Since 1999, the ATO has given assistance to the first responder community, and now we want to give them a platform to hear their incredible stories.
We also want to hear the stories of the many people that support us.
Our community is small, but it is strong.
We have differences. We don't always agree, and we all make mistakes.
But together we can grow, we can heal,
And we can learn from those mistakes.
and together we can bridge the divide.
A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. Robert A. Heinlein. Being versatile in life should be priority for those that live it. Because as we all know, it rarely follows the perfect template. Today's guest and his story will demonstrate the human capacity to adapt, the human desire to learn and to help others. We will go on a journey as he and his friends escape the icy roads at Sylvan Lake to performing with the Black Hills Symphony Orchestra. We will hear about the climbing of the granite spears of the Black Hills with his old friend Brandon. We'll also hear what it takes to master the Devil's Tower. This guest is a careful performer and decision maker. Whether it's carefully preparing to play Rachmaninoff to a large audience or buying large amounts of cocaine undercover while going by the nickname of Kodog. This guest carefully looks at all sides of the cube, noting the strengths and its weaknesses as he creates his response, and he is meticulous with his decision before he acts. His decision to walk away from music to go in law enforcement was truly life-changing for he and his family. One family member likened it to a scene in the movie Field of Dreams. When Doc returned to play ball with the Black Sox in Ray's field that he built, he was hitting, running, and having a great time and was playing for the pure love of the game. However, after an incident in the bleachers, when Ray's daughter fell and laid motionless, Doc instinctively ran to the edge of that field. But he paused, he looked down, and he realized that once he crossed the border of the field, he would not be able to go back. But Doc left that field to help that child. But the dream of playing baseball in youth with legendary players was gone. But he had saved a life. This guest understood why his new why would look different. He would no longer be on the stage presenting the transformative power of music. However, he now would be on a different stage in life, putting on a uniform, donning a badge, and using his talented hands and mind in a much different way as he dedicated his life to serve others. Today, we present our 100th episode to our incredible and loyal ATO supporters. This amazing experience has been one that I will never forget, and for this landmark story, I am proud to welcome on one of my best friends and co-creators of the show, Dallas SWAT operator Danny Canete. SWAT, Danny Canete, we finally got you on here.
Yeah, he finally did it.
Thank you, Mom Canete, for pushing me on this.
I knew it.
And for giving me a lot of valuable, it's a treasure trove of information to make this happen. And I think as we move on through this, you're going to see that there's a lot of ghost of Canete's past and present. They're going to give a little insight on what this guy's meant to them in their lives. Before we get going in episode 100, I want to welcome back to the mic the incredible living legend, Misty Van Kuren.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
We couldn't do 100 without you. Kent's here.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just want to say it's a stormy Saturday morning, so thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
You know, driving all the way out here, and this must indicate that you are my true friends, making me do this against my will. Yeah.
Yeah, the weather sucks. It's here
Yeah.
in
Pouring.
end of April, and it's pouring out in Dallas. So I got here 2 hours early to avoid it. Are you ready to get going?
I am.
Are you ready to dive into this?
Yes.
Okay. First off, I want to thank the listeners for supporting this podcast as we've been teasing the countdown to 100. And I have the people here with me that were with me from the beginning of this show's inception. Ken has been a listener from day one, but he got on about 2/3 of the way through, and he's been a huge asset. But Danny and Misty have been here from the start, and in surrounding myself with people like this is why this show has been successful and also demonstrates the quality and the quality of the episodes and the respect that the guests are given for their story. It's really important to all of us. So we really don't know what's going to happen after episode 100, but we can promise that this episode is going to be very worthy of the century mark for this show. And getting Danny Canete to talk about himself is almost as difficult as getting this show started. So now we'll dive into this.
All right.
Danny, talk about life growing up Canete.
I think most people know I talk about the mountains, but the secret is I was actually born in Texas. So I grew up southern Texas for the first 5 years of my life, and then my parents moved us to eastern South Dakota. And for those who don't know, eastern South Dakota is open farmland, cornfields. Do you know what a Filipino farm is?
No.
It's where a Filipino guy who's an accountant buys an 8-acre acreage in the middle of cornfields, puts a bunch of animals on it, and then makes his kids stay home to take care of the animals. So we were homeschooled. I'll get that out there right now. So there's usually two types of homeschooled kids. There's the weirdos, and then there's those who their parents keep them home so they can work the farm. We were actually neither. We weren't weird, but we weren't necessarily working a farm. My mother was a nurse on deep nights. She worked the the evening shift, so it'd be like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. My dad worked during the day as an accountant, and we grew up just real modest lifestyle. And us kids grew up having our mom come home doing the schoolwork in the morning for a couple hours, and then she'd go to bed around noon and try and get 4 or 5 hours of sleep before she'd go into work. And then the rest of the time was ours. So we spent days playing on the farm, taking care of the animals, doing crazy stuff like setting up zip lines in the barn and dumping each other in a well, or being a mile in the woods in someone else's property in a creek. And yeah, it was...
How big of a piece of property was this?
It was 8 acres.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's a big... Yeah, that's
It
a
was,
big
and I
chunk.
think about 4 or 5 acres of it I had to push mow.
Yeah.
And so it'd rain every once a week or so, and by the time I finished push mowing all of it, it'd be time to start over again and do the other section. So
Siblings?
yeah, I had 2 younger sisters, so I was the oldest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you, at your, as this episode goes on, people are going to understand the adventure part of you. Did you kind of get that?
Yeah,
growing up out
absolutely.
there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you give a kid, in his early years, 5 to 6 hours out of the day just to be outside and do whatever. I mean, we had this dog. We would go and get lost. When you're 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall, you're going to get lost in the cornfield. So you always took the dog with you because the dog would get you home. Yeah, it was actually a great childhood. And if I had explained to people so they understood me most, there was 2 other things growing up with that, and one was reading, and the other one was playing music. So my mom was really big on figuring out answers for yourself in reading, and I was just an absolute voracious reader. I was reading so much and pretty advanced reader at a very early age. Wednesdays were our library days, where we go to the library and I'd just walk out with stacks of books. And I remember, I think I was probably 10 or 11 years old and was kind of moping one day in the library going, I can't really find anything to read. And my mom was trying to help me, and she was asking about, well, what do you think you're interested in this time? And she's kind of rummaging through the aisles there, and I still remember this, or she pulls out James Clavell's Shogun off the shelf and was like, you might give this a try. It might be a little difficult. Yeah, it was. And I didn't get through it, but that was the type of level of reading I was doing at like 10 and 11 years old. A lot of reading.
Wow.
So homeschool can be either your parents teach you or you're part of a co-op, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did it look for you?
We taught ourselves. So how it basically went is mom would come in, review the work we did, look over stuff, assign the next day's assignment, and then ask, do you have questions on this? We can go over it together. And then the rest of the day was ours. It was on us to get that work done when she was asleep, so we couldn't wake her up and ask questions. So we had to figure this stuff out for ourselves, and then hopefully we got it right for the next day.
And as the oldest, were you kind of the
go-to
ringleader and substitute teacher?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, and we were really dependent and helped take care of the family. So while mom's sleeping, sometimes we'd start loads of laundry, and we couldn't even prep dinner. And
now start loads of laundry, like you actually had a washing machine, or did you have to wash it all by hand too? Because right now it sounds like it's Little House on the Prairie. And you're outside with a bucket.
It was. I mean, we had a huge garden. We had an apple tree, a pear tree. So I grew up eating apple everything. Apple pies, apple sauce, apple cider, apple butter. It was Little House on the Prairie.
Now he just does his laundry off his washboard abs.
Right.
Him and Emily.
Did you homeschool all the way through high school?
No, so I did end up going to high school, and that kind of comes later once we do the move. Yeah.
Well, I mentioned ghost of Canete's past. So I want to start off with the first thing one of your past ghosts said about you. From Trent Custis.
Oh, what? Okay.
Said, hey, buddy, congrats on the 100th episode of your podcast. What a history we have from music in high school and escaping the icy roads of Sylvan Lake Road to now both in Dallas. I'm proud to tell people in Dallas that you're a friend of mine. Thanks for all you do protecting us. Catch up soon, man.
Wow. Yeah.
Who's Trent?
Friend from high school. And I say this about high school. My high school was pretty small. I think we graduated with 96. And he was like one of 6 or 7 of us that actually left town. When I think I turned 12 or 13, my parents decided to move us to West River, South Dakota. And West River is pine tree forest and mountains. So it's very similar to Colorado. And that's where I would say things really just kind of took off for me as a person. I had started playing piano when I was 5 years old, and that music carried on. So I was still playing music. I was still reading a lot. But now I felt like being outdoors, I even had more avenues. It's something entirely different to be able to open the back door and walk out in the national forest, and that's your backyard. And so there was hunting, there was fishing, backpacking, hiking, canoeing, rock climbing. It was, I loved it out there. And I think a lot of the kids my age at that time were feeling like they wanted to get out of that town. It was a town of 1,500, pretty small, lots of poverty. There's hard times. Most of the income is made during the summer when the tourism comes in. So families kind of buckled down in the winter and did what they could to make money. And good community. It was quiet, but there, in some ways there's a lot of darkness there too. I grew up with kids that maybe they didn't eat for several days, and you knew that going to school with them, or times were pretty hard with clothing and food, and family life wasn't always the best, and some of these kids had some traumatic home life and parents. So
you're talking about music at 5 years old. How did you get into that? And do you have full support from family as far as letting you grow in this field? Because it is kind of rare for someone to. You had so many different interests at such a young age.
Yeah, and I think the question I get from everyone right off the bat are your parents musical? And sorry, Mom and Dad, I'm going to say kind of no. We briefly lived with my grandparents when we moved to South Dakota, and he had a piano in the basement, and I showed some interest in playing it. We weren't necessarily well off by any means, but that's somehow something my parents afforded was to get me piano lessons. And I stuck with it, and it became a love and a brain development, and that's huge, that brain development that happens with music. And I know there's lots of studies that talk about it with cognition and how it fires up different parts of the brain, and people who do music are smart. And I actually think a lot of those studies are a little bit shallow. It's really difficult to touch on how much music changes the way you think and how you perceive the world. And starting it at such an early age and taking it so serious, that combined with the reading, I think really kind of shifted my trajectory on my personality and the way I think and approach life. And it was just such a huge part of me, and it still is, even though I don't do it anymore.
Can you talk about taking Chopin's military Polonaise to a regional piano contest and you winning in the whole thing?
Yeah, so we're getting all these questions that you normally wouldn't know anything about.
Yeah. Thanks, Kim.
So we were West River, so we were in the Black Hills. That's where I started going to high school. I think it was my freshman year in high school, and I entered into actually a state competition, state piano competition. It was the first one I had done statewide. I'd done some regional ones and stuff and always done well. And this one went into knowing that I played piano pretty well, and I knew what I was doing, but I also had a feeling that there's a lot of good talent out there, and I was curious to see what it was. I came from a town of 1,500, so of course, yes, I'm probably the best piano player in this town, but I remember not going into the room of the competition while other contestants were playing because I didn't want to hear them and have them make me nervous and kind of look all that, so I remember kind of staying outside and not going in. But the whole deal with the military Polonaise by Chopin was, I think what this question is getting to is, it was a piece that I just really loved growing up, and I had brought it to my teacher, and she had said, "No way, you're not capable of playing that right now. It's too difficult for you." And so I kept working on it on my own, and a couple weeks later I approached her, and "I already told you about this. We're not touching this piece. It's beyond you right now." And I stuck with it, and a couple weeks later did it again, and I for whatever reason she actually said, "Let me hear some of this," almost to prove a point, maybe to say, "This is beyond you." And I started playing it, and it changed her mind. So she said, "Let's work on this." That was kind of the main centerpiece for my repertoire at this competition, and I ended up winning for the state on that piano competition. Then I'm going to the MTNA national piano competition after that with that as well. So
when you walked in there to to perform, was this your first large crowd that you performed in front of?
Yes and no. I would say this is the first like real big deal. It wasn't
competitive.
Yeah, it wasn't the largest crowd. Some of the crowds tend to be the same, and some of the regional ones actually they can get pretty large as well. But this was like kind of like the first big deal, and I'm a horrible procrastinator, so I even remember the night before I was upset because I still hadn't fully learned a section of one of the works I had, and I was kicking myself and trying to figure out how can I figure this out in the shortest amount of time in the quickest way so that I can somehow fake it tomorrow and pull it off and trick people into thinking I know what I'm doing.
Joe and I just caught each other's eye and both kind of threw up in our mouth when you said you were a procrastinator.
Why is that?
Because I don't think you understand the meaning of the word.
Yeah, I'll show you a real procrastinator.
Okay.
I think we have different ideas of who procrastinates.
Well,
so.
I mean, it felt like that waiting the night before a state competition to try and learn something that normally takes weeks or months to learn,
Yeah, when I was 5, I was procrastinating on my piano lessons too.
Yeah, I still am. I'm about to be 50. So tell us about the 5-octave marimba instrument.
Well, that's getting into college with the music. So,
and you did percussion too, right?
Well, so I had a scholarship to Colorado State University for piano, and I went to Colorado State and nearly lost my scholarship because the first year I did not practice and I didn't do most of what I should be doing. Instead, I was playing in the mountains. So I was going ice climbing on the weekends. I had a best friend who was my climbing partner, and he moved down to Colorado with me.
Who is that?
His name is Brandon Woolley. I think he's actually a lieutenant on Bozeman PD now. We don't keep in contact anymore, but he moved down to Colorado with me so we can continue climbing. So on the weekends, we were like sleeping in the back of his pickup in the parking lot of Estes Park so we could go ice climb first thing Saturday morning. And I went to Colorado State not just because of the scholarship, but because the mountains. It was like home, and of course it was more freedom. So I was out playing all the time, and actually really enjoyed the campus. The campus is beautiful, and it was just a culture shock as well. Coming from a town of 1,500, all of a sudden I would be in a campus, a small area with up to 30,000 students. I would sit in the plaza where the student center is with the library and everything else, and I'd wait for the hour to change when the classes would change, and everybody would come out of these buildings. And I'd just sit and watch in amazement and see 12,000 people go in front of my eyes in the matter of 4 or 5 minutes. It just
growing up in that small town, that was like just
it was like being in a big city to me. Yeah,
well, it was. Yeah. So these instruments, what drew you to these? And you play piano, but how did you get into percussion?
Yeah. So sorry, I didn't answer your question
on
the marimba. I've always been a very strong sight reader in music, and this goes into music being a language, which is really becoming lost right now. So music is, you can read it, you can write it, you can speak it. It is its own language, and it is universal. And something I was very, very good at was reading music, meaning in the same way you can pick up a piece of paper and start reading the words and they just come out. I could do the same with music. So I could put music up and I'd see it and it would just come out in my fingers on the piano. For people who don't know, piano ledger music or music stuff, that is the most dense music to read because you're looking at least 10 notes at one time. And with 2 different ledgers, it's a lot to process. So the fact that I could read piano music like that, the percussion instructor at the school thought I'd be good at playing the marimba, which is a large xylophone-looking instrument, and the bars are made out of Honduras rosewood, and it's much larger than a xylophone, and because of that, it has a very sonorous, open, deep, lush sound, and it doesn't have that sharp, brittle sound of the xylophone. And at the time, it was kind of an instrument that was starting to turn into a solo-featured instrument. So back in the early 1980s, there was someone here in the United States by the name of Lee Howard Stevens who kind of started that push of making this a solo instrument to be featured with an orchestra on stage or in whatever manner, and kind of started in New York City. And he actually developed a method of playing with 4 mallets, so 2 in each hand.
And some years later, after studying the marimba, I actually ended up going to the source and studying with Lee Howard Stevens on the technique he invented.
And it's such an infant instrument to be a solo instrument, because you look at the violin and that's 400 years old. There's so much repertoire that's been written for it, and then here this marimba is something very new. So now we have contemporary composers composing for this instrument. The music's exciting for people. It's something new they haven't seen. It's semi-athletic to play, seeing people move their arms and having to do these big reaches on this big instrument. So this percussion instructor thought I'd be a good fit on trying to jump into percussion as well, because I could read so well, and he didn't really have strong, what we call keyboard instrument players in his percussion studio necessarily. And so he decided, hey, why don't you do this on the side as well? So I started doing both. I was trying to do my piano major and keep that scholarship, and then I started trying to do the percussion. And I kind of just did it and got credit for it, and just was, for the meantime, just doing what he needed me to do for the orchestra.
What do you attribute to being able to read music like that, just in reading the symbols and then processing it through your fingers? And what do you think that goes back to your early days of how you love to read as an early age?
That had to be something, but there's something else there. So we know, I think starting it at such an early age obviously did it, but there's this thing called music of the spheres, which is, we say that music is that universal language, and just in the last 15 years, I think science is really starting to explode even more than what we're used to. And they're, pushing quantum mechanics. We're looking at what is the structure of this universe. And right now they're realizing that pretty much everything in this universe is made from light and frequency. And if we look at music is nothing but sound frequency, but it's organized in such a way, almost by some intelligent being, organized in such a way to create something art or spiritual. And within that music, there are laws of mathematics. It's like a skeleton within that. There are lots of different people who enjoy music or are musicians. You look at the bottom level, and someone says, "I love music. I know all these bands. I can name the songs. I don't really play an instrument, but I just love music. I can relate to music." And then you go up to the next level, and there's, well, I'm a musician. I can kind of figure out some stuff. I own a guitar. I taught myself how to play. I just really love music. I think musically. And then there's the next level, which is, I'm more serious. I might be in a band. I may have taken some lessons. I've studied a broader range of musical categories. And then we get to this next level, and it's kind of subdivided into even smaller sections, but it's basically, I'm a professional. I'm a musician. I'm a professional. I have some pedigree. I have a good education in it. I probably play multiple instruments. I understand music theory. And then at the very top, there's this like one level here at the very top, which is, it's difficult to even call yourself a musician because you feel like it's more. And I understand music at a level other people don't. I may have perfect pitch. I almost certainly do have relative pitch. I can tell you the structure of music theory and explain this science that we've basically reverse engineered to explain what music is. I pretty much can learn any instrument if I put my hands on it. I can read music. I can sing music. I can hear music. I dream music. And with those people, it's almost like a few of the mysteries of the universe are somehow revealed and put somewhere in the back of the mind to access. And it's something that kind of exists there, and you're always aware it's there, and you can almost touch it and reach for it at times. And it just makes you navigate life differently. And that's why I say some of these studies on music just seem so shallow, because we're talking about cognition and, they do well at math if you do music. And yeah, all this is true, but if you get to that certain level with music, if you've done it that long and really lived it, it's something at a different level. It's very difficult to explain.
Is it a perishable skill if you stay on top of it?
Yeah, and for sure. Yeah, you lose some of that. There's definitely a facilitation too, like trying to play something, but somewhere in the mind, that the understanding, the connection is still always there, even more so than riding a bicycle. Yeah.
You just have to kind of spark it to reawaken it.
Yeah.
Do you still own a marimba?
Yeah. So actually, I was going to kind of tell a story about this thing. So that ended up really kind of being my identity in college and thereafter with like playing music professionally was the percussion. So I actually lost my scholarship my last year of college because I just didn't have time to keep doing piano because I was so heavily in the percussion. I was taking gigs. I was, traveling on the weekends to schools within Colorado to teach kids. And how this kind of all just blew up and started was that percussion instructor who had been instructing me the four mallet technique on the marimba kind of knew I wasn't taking it serious. So he signed me up for a national concerto competition and tells me, hey, I signed you up for this. I think you'd be good at it. Okay. I kind of go through some repertoire and pick out a concerto I'm going to compete with. And I have, I think, 3.5 months to get this ready. And my plan of attack was every morning I'd get my coffee and I'd go to the building. And for the first 2 hours of the day, I would just practice the technique, just the actual muscle memory training and the facilitation to perfection, because I knew I did not have time to kind of throw this together and then turn around later and back up and fix things that I learned wrong. So I spent the first 2 hours every day just doing really boring stuff of how does the wrist turn, getting the right tone, all of that. Then I would return at night, and for 3 hours, I would actually start learning the music and practicing the repertoire. And then, of course, as I got better with learning the music, then it started going into fine-tuning the performance, the actual visual of how does it look when I'm playing this instrument. And so 3.5 months later, I ended up going to the competition, and there was a badass cello player from Florida who ended up winning it. And she was like 5'2", walked out on stage with this cello and sat down. This thing looked bigger than her and just tore it up. She was inspirational. And I ended up taking second place. And it was cash prize. And with that money, I ended up putting it towards buying myself a 5-octave marimba, and I still have that marimba today in the house. So someday maybe I'll return to playing it.
So the whole idea of I'm going to wake up every day and spend 2 hours working on just the basic fundamentals and technique, was that the first time you'd ever done that? Where you said, hey, I need to break this down into just the technique. Like, how do I learn how to manipulate what I'm doing right here?
Yes. And I'm saying that because it was very intentional, because I knew there were kids who were there who had been playing this since middle school or high school. And I had to really catch up. And I learned that too. So you can probably tell I had just a buttload of natural talent. And that's only so good. So when I got to college, I was seeing kids in the practice room every day, all day, on the weekends. And I knew that they probably didn't have as much talent as I did. And so the first year I'm goofing off and rock climbing and doing everything else. And then the second year I'm kind of going in them. And these kids are getting pretty good. And then I start noticing these kids are better than me. And it's because they're putting in the work. And I was just kind of riding this out. So I changed my attitude my second year. By the end of my second year, I changed my attitude and realized I need to put the work in. And I'll say this, and I think a lot of people know that you won't find a harder working person than a musician. The way they practice and dedicate and the discipline they have is at a totally different level. And you're talking about such an extreme focus where they can keep their mind focused for 4 hours, 5 hours at a time, sitting there looking at something. And not only that, but being totally engaged with every fiber of nerves in their body to train these fine motor skills, like in their fingers or whatever they're doing. It is such an extreme focus. And that's why med schools usually like to take people who are musicians or even have a second degree in music on the side. It's because I know that these people will just work their asses off.
So I asked if it was the first time because I figured you'd probably done it before with the piano. Maybe you were taught that and you didn't pick up on it, when you were learning to stretch your fingers and do all that stuff. But I've watched you through your police career, and you don't even realize you're doing it sometimes.
Oh.
But you're working like your draw, your reloads, you just be sitting there talking, and you're just to start moving your hands a little bit, and I realize that you're training your technique, and maybe you are doing it intentionally, but like on a motorcade, you would sit there and I could see you drawing from your belt, like indexing your mag and putting in your workspace.
He would do that on the CRT as well. He would just reach down and he would practice taking it, just not fully drawing the pistol, but just half out, back in, half out. And I noticed it too. We were on the CRT.
I've observed it as well.
Oh boy.
I've stood behind you before you came to SWAT and watched you on the firing line, and it was almost artistic. Your movements were
Autistic, you said?
No, artistic. Might have a
there's
little
fine
bit of
line.
Oklahoma slang in there, but yeah, it was almost like watching art on a pistol range because of your movements were so focused and superior concentration, but you see it with your body.
So
It
that's
was
mostly like the
incredible.
preparation, right? But even before that, you can tell that you've broken it all the way down. Like there's a process of reloading a gun, and you not only can do it very quickly and very well, but you can tell that step 1 is this, step 2 is this, step 3 is this. And I don't even know if you're counting it, because I'm sure you count in eights on just about everything you do. But yeah, it's obvious at this point, and looking back at now, realizing it's a musical thing for you, and that's where you started it, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, the training thing is what I learned all those years on my own. It was how to practice, how to train, how to break things down so I can somehow embed this and ingrain it in the muscles or in the mind. And something else that I got through all that, which played huge into police work, especially going through the academy and being in SWAT, was dealing with stress, the performance anxiety.
Yeah, I want to get into your performance and the power of that and what that meant to you. But I do.
Am I jumping ahead?
No. I
Okay.
want to ask a question though before I lose it, because I have a shit memory. You described several levels of musicians, from novice, and then the very top. You said the very few could process, read, understand the science and theories. At your height of your musical career in life, where do you rank yourself on those levels? Without being, I'm not trying to put you on the spot to sound cocky, but where would you think of yourself to be on those levels?
That very top level, yeah. And there are people who are even higher on that top level than I was. But I'll kind of give an example. When I came to University of North Texas, their graduate program there for a master's is, you have to audition and do some other things. But one of the things they had for an evaluation was they stuck us all in a room, and they had some musicians play some music, and you had to write what you heard. And not a lot of people can do that. Like, they just hear music and start writing it. Then they would play music, and they would give you the sheet of music. They would play it, but they would play it incorrectly, and then you had to identify what was different on the piece of paper you're looking at versus what they played. And then there's a couple other kind of reverse things like that. I think one of them was for the music theory program, when I was going to teach music theory. And this isn't going to make sense to a lot of listeners, but for those who are musicians, they would give a blank music staff with no clef and no key signature, just notes, just random notes. And then they would pick the clef and the key signature, and they'd ask you to sing it. And I was the only one out of that group who could do that.
I feel like just a real dumbass after listening to all that. Really, compared to that level of education and understanding, really, for anything, because I don't have that, and it's impressive. Performing in front of groups, what attracted you to that, and how did you adapt to that as you grew in music?
So I like the challenge of being uncomfortable and then being able to pull something off. There's also a good energy too when you go on stage and you connect with people in a way that you're not looking at them. You're totally focused on what you're doing, but you can still feel those vibes coming in. And that was something that was important to fully understand years later. There's a lot of stress going on stage. When you have the lights on you, you may have a couple hundred or maybe a couple thousand people watching you. It is totally silent. You walk out on stage, you just hear your footsteps, you just hear your heart beating.
You kind of go a little stiff and numb in the fingers. Your hands might sweat a little bit. You all of a sudden start having memory blocks. You get tunnel vision. That's all the stress. And it was a challenge to mentally combat that and deal with it, and then somehow be able to perform as well as I could. I mean, think about trying to memorize an hour's worth of material and then walk on stage and not mess that up. There's a lot of negative talk that goes on in the mind with, I hope I don't mess this up. I hope I don't forget this one section I've always had difficulty with. I've always physically had a problem playing this part. I hope I don't slip. All these things. And to realize that when people come to these concerts and to listen to you play, they want you to succeed. That no one pays for a ticket to sit down and go, can't wait for this guy to bomb. And it's uncomfortable for them to even hear someone do that. Because
they would notice probably.
Yeah, they would cringe for you. If I forgot some memorization and I stuttered and stopped, we're all awkward, right? It's like awkward experience. They feel bad for me. I don't feel well up there. I'm freezing up. So to realize that people want you to succeed when you go on stage was kind of a turn in the shift where I started realizing with stress, we rehearse so much negative. It's constant negative. Like, I hope this doesn't happen. I usually mess this up. I hope it isn't this way. And that's when I started using the tool of visualization heavily. And that was me visualizing success every time. And not only visualizing the mechanics of what I'm doing, but visualizing success and how that will go and how it's received. And when doing so, I'm rehearsing positive every time. Right, and then I'm trying to not rehearse negative. Or if I rehearse more negative, that's what's going to come out. The Russians are always really good at all these studies in sports athletics and training and programming. And I think one of the studies they did in the 80s was, besides athletic, physical conditioning and periodization, they were looking at the mental part of competing in the Olympics. And what they found was a memory that you experience and is real is no different than a memory you create in your mind. They're the same. So if I can visualize myself playing this section of this music accurately, very well every time, it's the same as if I really did it on stage. And so I was using that tool to get through this preparation time where I'm trying to mitigate stress, deal with those types of external factors going in and on stage. It was just such a huge experience and learning on handling stress and performance anxiety.
What did you want the audience to walk away with? What message did you want to give to them and leave them with? I know you created memories of success of how you thought it should look in your mind. What were you looking for to leave them with to make it successful?
Well, I think the first thing, if we say art is an expression, and so that's what I'm doing is I'm expressing. So what I was hoping to do every time was whatever I felt or enjoyed about that music, I was hoping that they would somehow feel the very same thing and get out of it. So even if they didn't play music, they didn't understand music, the way I felt about this and whatever I was doing, I would hope that they would understand it and feel the same way without ever knowing anything about music.
And that was your goal?
Yeah.
In the Colorado State music program, can you describe that, as far as the stature for that university when it comes to music, what they're known for?
So at the time, it was a modest music school when I was there. They have really grown, and that has to do with certain people who are over there as the dean at the time, and then also the faculty they have now. And there is some national notice as well as some international notice, especially with the piano studio and the professor there at the time who had built that up.
Who was that?
That was Dr. Janet Landreth.
Okay.
Yeah, and she recently retired in the last couple of years, but she was there for a very long time, and that's who I studied under. The percussion studio is also well known now, and that's run by Dr. Eric Hollenbeck, and that's someone who I studied with my senior year. He had auditioned for the spot there and got it.
What type of venues have you played in your musical career? And we're going to get out of college, but what are some of the venues you've played that are the largest and most notable?
Oh, it's so my memory's so bad on this. It's so funny because I was trying to think of this the other day, but I've played on the East Coast in some places. It's more the people, like I've played for President Bush, Vice President Cheney, a bunch of senators, some other people, General Schwarzkopf, Archbishop Desmond Tutu. He was doing a world tour after getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and they were putting a music program together for him, and they were searching for someone who could play African djembe, which is a African hand drum, because they're trying to bring in some of his culture, and they found out I could play, so I said yes, and then I showed up for it. And
of course you could play that.
They had me on stage in front of, I think, like 8,500 people, and they had me up there just playing this hand drum, knocking it out, and I remember him and his entourage and his family come marching out, and they were dancing and grinning and just totally digging when I was laying down on that djembe. They're having a good time. And then I got off stage and I went in the back in the green room, and there was a nice spread of food, and I started eating it, and didn't realize it was for Desmond Tutu, and Secret Service kicked me out. And that was my first encounter with Secret Service.
First of many.
Yeah. I actually have another funny story where I was asked to do some gig at the Lincoln Center, and they wanted me to play conga drums, and it was just for one piece. And they said, just come on, slide in the back for this one piece. And I had like a quick rundown rehearsal with just a couple of the musicians the day before or the night before. And, hey, man, this is what we want you to play. Play it like this. Got it. So the next night I go back for the concert. I slide in the back doors, and I give the drums to the stage techs. And at some point, the lights go down and people start clapping because this one piece is done. And stage techs run out and put my drums on the stage where they're taped off, and come back, and I walk out on stage, lights come back up, and everyone kind of claps again, and the music starts, and I'm over here doing my thing with these guys, and we got a saxophone player and all this, and there's a grand piano on the stage, but it's kind of pointed towards me, so the person on the other end is playing it, and I can't see them. And when you're on stage, sometimes the sound isn't the same as what the audience is hearing, so I'm not hearing all the instruments really well and everything. So I'm kind of playing, and I look over, and I can't see who's playing the piano. I just kind of see like this top of the head with like some white, like real short white hair. I'm kind of playing and listening, and I'm like, this kind of actually sounds like Ray Charles. And I'm playing, and all of a sudden I look over, and I just see this head, the glasses. I'm like, oh shit, that is Ray Charles on stage.
Wow.
So you shared a stage with Ray Charles.
Yeah, one piece for maybe 6 minutes, and then walked off.
Wow. I saw the movie Ray, but that's about as close ties that I have.
Yeah, and I think there's, I don't know, there's a lot of venues and a lot of people played for and rubbed elbows with in that time. It was kind of really distant past memory.
Well, you mentioned Miss Landreth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Dr.
I think
Landreth.
Doctor's got, I think there's something she had sent us.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Janet Landreth, she says, this is from someone that saw your dedication to music firsthand. We've seen your dedication to law enforcement. So some of the things that she mentions in here make sense because we've all seen it. Danny Canete was always at the top of his class in music at Colorado State University, where, as an undergraduate student, he embarked on a major in performance on 2 different instruments, piano and percussion. Disciplined, motivated, and success-driven, Danny was the first to arrive and the last to leave the practice rooms at night, where he spent many hours honing his skills on both instruments. With a flair for the stage and achievement in performance, Danny tackled some of the most difficult repertoire with the willpower of a champion, determined to master any of the technical and musical difficulties inherent in the work at hand. To that end, Danny was a star from day one, aiming for the highest levels of precision, speed, power, and mastery of the instrument, and I've seen this with weapons. I remember his approach to learning the Brahms Second Piano Concerto, a difficult work in the repertoire that bespoke of aggressive masculinity and power. Danny took this piece apart measure by measure, hand separately, phrase by phrase, note by note, until he had a complete understanding of his component parts and how to master them and put them back together again. Such a disciplined and comprehensive approach resulted in a highly developed sense of confidence and security on stage, and the courage to face the audience with the knowledge that he had mastered the skills necessary for the job and could proceed with confidence in his ability to have a successful performance. Danny was never shy, and retiring in his approach to performance and mastery on either instrument, piano or percussion, nor in his approach to life. During his college days, Danny was also known as an expert rock climber who served as a leader and guide to groups of enthusiasts aiming to climb the famous Devil's Tower National Monument in the Black Hills of Wyoming, an 876-foot high rock mountain said to be a sacred place to over 20 Native American Indian tribes. Danny Canete is a hero and a model for champions in a number of fields, past and present, and will continue to inspire, by example, a young league of legends in the future.
That sounds like a procrastinator to me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Landreth. We haven't spoken in many years. I think last time was 2017. And I always felt bad because I felt like I abandoned her when I left the piano degree for a percussion degree. So it's very nice.
There's a scholarship at Colorado State. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. Of all the things, I never thought this would happen, and this is something I do like to share. It was 2017, and I was in Vail, Colorado for a wedding. And I remember being in this chapel where the wedding was happening, and the pianist was playing on this piano. And she sounded amazing. And I was watching her and looking at everything, and I realized, I don't think it's just her. I think there's something with that piano. So I waited for the wedding to get done, and everyone kind of went outside. And I snuck back into the chapel. I'm just going to test out this piano because I think there's something with this piano. Sure enough, there was. It was just kind of some kind of unique piano that they were actually moving from the East Coast to the West Coast for something, and it had stopped in Vail here, and they put it up. So I'm playing this piano and enjoying it, and I had just started getting into playing piano again a couple of months, so I actually had my fingers back, and I was enjoying it. And someone from the wedding had come back in the chapel because they heard the piano, and they were sitting down and listening. I go to the reception and meeting with people. There are some people from Colorado State. Specifically, it may have been, I'm not quite sure of her position, not vice president, but someone from the university there. And they introduced me to her and kind of got to talking. And I go back home. I don't think anything of it. Apparently, the person who had come in the chapel and listened to me play got together with the Colorado State people and had thought, what about starting a scholarship with this guy to bring him back into the college and get him kind of active again? And I guess there was some talk in that community, and it comes out that there was actually people in the community who remembered me from back then, and there was even a big donor who I had gone to their home and played for a private party they had. And so there was kind of this rumbling. So I remember I'm sitting in the parking lot of Love Field Airport, and I get a call from the director of advancement in Colorado State asking if I would like to be involved in having a music scholarship founded, and kind of blown away. So I flew up to Colorado to discuss it in somewhat a little bit of a selfish way. We were trying to figure out what to name it, and I didn't want to necessarily put my name on it just because of how it looked. But I started thinking about my kids and kind of what that would mean for the family, and then decided to actually name it the Daniel Canete Music Performance Scholarship. And the nice thing was I got to put stipulations on it. So one of the things I made a stipulation on was that it could only go to a pianist or a percussionist. The other stipulation I had was that it could only go to a student from out of state. And my reasoning on that was when I went to college there, I was the only person who was not from Colorado in that music program. And that was mostly kids who were from Colorado. They would get their degrees, and then they go back and stay in Colorado and do their thing and be educators. And my idea was that, one, we needed to pull more talent from outside the state and to have some influence and diversity. And the other thing was, if people came from out of state and went to Colorado, they were likely to leave Colorado, as long as they weren't rock climbing and ice climbing all the time, leave Colorado and go out in the world and do things and basically be an ambassador for the university, talk good about it, talk about how great their experiences were, and help that recruiting. So that was my idea on that. And the scholarship has done very well. I just recently went up there to kind of check up on things and meet with the director of advancement. And, I met with some of the music faculty, and they're saying it's going well and it's brought in some great talent, and they've really, really appreciated the scholarship. And that makes me happy. So we've had friends and family who have given to that endowment to help increase that scholarship. So right now the scholarship is a $10,000 a year scholarship for a music student who's either a pianist or a percussionist.
And when they give these scholarships, do you go up there to present, or do you have any involvement?
I did the first time. They had a banquet, and I remember they wanted me to speak for, just a quick 10, 15 minutes or something. And I showed up, and the lady asked, okay, where are your papers? You want me to put them on the podium for you? And I was like, oh, no, I don't have papers. And I saw the look on her face, and I thought, oops, I messed up. I was supposed to write something and be really prepared. But I went on stage and I just spoke from the heart and said some things, and that's what they were looking for. It ended up being great. The problem is it's always in October when they do this scholarship banquet, and that's when SWAT works the fair. So I try not to ask off every October to go up there and do it. But so I've been up there the first time, and it's been difficult going back since. But
I want to get into the story about Professor Moody's classroom on September 11th, 2001, and how that kind of changed your mindset. It also maybe you at least considered going a different road in that fork.
Isn't it so weird to think that there's people with us all day at work that never saw 9/11? It's just strange to me. It actually started in the morning. My college roommate was a poli-science major. And so he saw the first plane hit, or he saw that basically the aftermath. So once that hit, it's on live, on every news station. It's showing the smoking tower. So he's yelling about it, and I come out in the morning. I'm getting ready to go to class, and we're watching this, and then I see the second plane hit live. And I remember opening the door to the patio and just yelling out to everyone, turn on your TV. And after that, everyone's kind of in a funk. But as soon as that second plane hit, my roommate jumped up and yelled, "It's fucking Bin Laden!" And he just knew who are you talking about? Who's Bin Laden? But he was a poli-science major. He knew all this. I go to my first class, which was Dr. Moody's, and he was good at trying to get our mind off of it a little bit, but he opened up some discussion for it too, I think. And eventually, classes started just dismissing, like, hey, no, just go home, or it's a national crisis right now. And the weird thing was I was kind of chaperoning this percussion artist who had come from Serbia. He was supposed to play a concert that night. He was very concerned. He thought we were going to shut down the borders in America. They were going to make concentration camps. He's like, I've seen it. This is what they did in World War II. He was worried about getting back home. It was interesting to hear a foreigner's perspective of 9/11, being with him all day. I remember there was this fear of a draft. I don't know if you remember that, but there was talk of, will they make a draft? And of course we didn't need to. People just signed up. And I remember thinking that if there was a draft, obviously I could have stayed in college and avoided it, but I wasn't going to. I was going to sign up. That kind of forever changed me. There were times where I regretted not leaving college and joining the military, but I knew I couldn't leave my opportunities I had with the scholarship. There have been lots of people who wish they had the opportunities I did, and I didn't want to throw those away. Even though I nearly didn't take it up and instead went to rock climbing, I gave up rock climbing to make sure I did the scholarship, because I knew that was such an opportunity that I shouldn't take for granted.
Speaking of rock climbing, how did you develop that skill? I mean, and I know going back to the growing up as a kid and being out, you mentioned rock climbing, ice climbing. What appealed to you about doing that?
Well, I'll talk about the appeal first, and then I'll talk about how I got started. But the appeal with that, once again, is the challenge of maintaining your faculties about you while being under extreme stress. There is nothing like hanging off your fingertips 1,000 feet in the air and feeling the wind underneath your ass because you're so out there exposed. Everything's on you. Your life is on you. Like every move you make, this is your life is in your own hands, and it's up to you on mentally how you tackle this problem while you're up there. Then there's also a lot of attention to detail, extreme attention to detail with the gear to make sure you don't mess something up and kill yourself. And of course, the freedom of the outdoors, the idea of summiting something and conquering something and getting up. It's everything you can think it would be. But how I got started was I was 14, and where I grew up, rock climbing was kind of a big thing. It's well known. I mean, there's people who fly all over from the world to rock climb where I grew up. And to kind of give an idea, I grew up pretty close to Mount Rushmore. So we had Mount Rushmore, we had the Needles, Sylvan Lake, not too far, like an hour and a half away is Devil's Tower, which is the nation's first national monument established by Theodore Roosevelt. So lots of rock climbing there. And I was looking at doing it, and my parents were kind of iffy with it. So I had this buddy in high school who said he rock climbed, and he would show me how. So one day I go out with him and one other guy, and we top rope. And for those who don't know what top roping is in climbing, it's where you somehow are able to scramble up the back and set up the anchors and pre-rig the ropes. Then you go back down to the ground, and you climb from the ground, and the guy who's belaying you is on the ground as well, and he's pulling the rope through the anchors and kind of pulling you up as you climb. It's very, very safe rig setup. So we do a couple little top rope climbs, and they're short, like 40 feet. And he pulls the rope, and we get done, and he's kind of walking around the area, and he's showing me this and showing me that. And it's like, this is this climb, and I've climbed that before with this guy and this. And he goes, but all these you have to lead climb, so we can't do these. And I looked at him, I thought, what? So you brought me out here, and this is all we're going to do is these 2 short climbs? I said, give me the gear. So he hands me the gear, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I lead climb this 85-foot pitch thing, and I get to the top, and he's trying to coach me on how to rig the rappel. And we're dumb kids, 14 years old, and he's something like, there's chains at the top, and he tells me, don't put the rope through that one of the links in the middle because that's the weakest link. Put it through the last link. Or he said, don't put it through the last link because that's the weakest. Put it through one in the middle. So I put it through one of the middles, and the rope gets stuck, so we can't pull the rope through. I get down, and we're trying to yank this rope out. About 80 feet to the right of us, there's another rock route, and there's a couple like in their 50s climbing it, and the guy's leading it, and he's, 30, 40 feet up, not too far or something. But apparently they didn't have a long enough rope, and he falls on a lead fall and breaks his ankle. And he's stuck up there, and she can't lower him because she doesn't have enough rope to lower him. So I go over there, and I solo up, and I get him hooked up, and we figured out how to get him lowered down, and then we help carry him on his broken ankle all the way out of there to the parking lot. And I go home, and I'm like, Mom, Dad, I went rock climbing, and it was awesome. But I have a feeling that we weren't doing things correctly. So can I really learn how to do this? So they got me a gift certificate for my 14th birthday to Sylvan Rocks, which was a rock climbing school and a guide service. And so I ended up learning how to rock climb through them, and that led to working for them for 7 years and being a rock climber and being a rock climbing bum and living out of the back of my car through high school. And yeah, it was awesome.
All right, we've got another note from the past.
Oh, so it's a rock climbing one now. I like how you're leading all this into things. Good. All right.
Joe masterfully put this whole thing together. I don't know if I can explain how excited he is about this whole thing. Let's see. Brother, it's hard to believe it's been a quarter century since you literally pulled my fat ass up Devil's Tower. Not just once, but twice. I still don't know where you found the strength. I'm so glad Kelly and I were able to make it to your wedding. I regret we haven't been able to link up more often over the years, although I know a significant reason is because I almost never go back to because, well, I understand we're both nearing retirement from our first careers. Congratulations on surviving what I'm sure was not always a pleasant journey. Hopefully our paths will cross and we can swap war stories and catch up. First round is on me. Blue skies, your friend always, Cougar Zach Fennell, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force.
Hell yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is the guy who took me climbing my first time and said, well, I don't know how to climb these. That's lead climbing. That's him. I wonder if he'll remember that couple that fell and broke their ankle next to us.
He's real excited for this episode.
Oh, is he?
Out.
Yeah. I mean, I really haven't been able to connect with him. He's living in Colorado Springs. I think he graduated U.S. Air Force Academy, And he was like one of those 6 or 7 that actually left our hometown and did something. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at his rank, Lieutenant Colonel.
Yeah, no, he had a lot of missions over Syria, and I think he was in Alaska, stationed in Alaska for a while, and now I think he's an instructor for Air Force Academy and also still doing deployments. Yeah.
What are the granite spears of Black Hill?
Granite Spires.
Granite Spires, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's a unique place. I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want people going there because it's nice. The pace there is great. It's just beautiful, and it's more accessible than Colorado in some ways. Colorado's very busy. You got to take longer drives into the mountains, but the rock quality there is just so pristine. It's so hard that it gives you the ability to do really fine technical rock climbing. Some of these spires are huge, like the cathedral spires are just gorgeous out there. I try and take maybe 1 or 2 guys from the SWAT team every summer. They'll come out and climb with me a little bit, and that's some ways kind of exposing them to that side of using the ropes rather than just rappelling, but actually getting out there and climbing something other than plastic in the gym.
The Devil's Tower, with all the people that I've talked to in preparation for this, that's come up a lot. As far as like, I was told that about the difficulty, but I was also told about your preparation. You knew exactly. You did it so much, and you prepped for it so much. You knew exactly every single piece of useful equipment and tools you needed to bring to be the most efficient.
Yeah, that's something you have to know what gear you need, and then just bring that, because that gear starts adding up. It gets heavy on the harness. Yeah. The other thing is, I like trad climbing, so you can break rock climbing into different categories. Sport climbing and ice climbing and this. But on the rock, something that I grew up with in that area it was heavy on trad climbing, which is where you place your own protection and remove your own protection. And that's because back then the culture that was established in climbing was the old climbers from the 50s, and then they kept it that way. So Devil's Tower being a national monument too, they don't want you drilling anything in. So something with trad climbing is once you fire in your gear, you need to do it quickly because you don't want to hang out and pull out a piece of gear and try and see if it fits and, oh no, put it back on and try and fish around and while you're flaming out and getting sweaty and about to peel off some hold. So yeah.
Did you ever see that movie Cliffhanger with Stallone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that how it looks when he's wearing the short? Remember Misty with the
bodybuilder
legs?
Without the sweaters and the rope actually like around your torso. Yeah. And what was he, like braided ropes he had? Yeah.
That was actually Daniel doing the stunts.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I did the one where he's
movie.
Underwater with the ice and shoots through the ice. That was actually me on that one. But.
We're going to segue into where you went after music, but I do want to read another quote, and we'll see if you get this. It's from an old friend you used to climb with. While those around us are looking for the key,
we haven't been handed the key or searching for the door. We know the door will open inward.
And we get closer as we sense approval from somewhere beyond. In this sport, we are beckoned rather than driven to extremes. It is not worth dying for.
But it is worth risk dying for. Todd Skinner.
And that was from Lieutenant Brandon Woolley.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, we dug deep.
Wow. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen you this speechless in thought. And that was
no, that's...
So I want to get into your decision to leave music and go into law enforcement. You wanted to serve. What was the motivation? Was it from 9/11? Did that change your mindset on wanting to do something different in serving?
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of things. And I think a lot of things have to contribute in order to kind of drive you off the cliff in that direction. So I was at the University of North Texas. I was working on master's studies. I was teaching. I thought doing that, my life would normalize because at the time I was taking auditions and gigging and doing all this, and it was on the weekends, it was too much. So I thought coming down here and like teaching and then working on that stuff on the side would normalize my life, and it didn't. I was practicing. Someone who was playing at the level I was needed to practice about 6 hours a day for all the material I had, because I was still flying out on the weekends and doing stuff. I was trying to audition. I was playing gigs. I was teaching in class. I was teaching at the end of the day for some of the school district. I had groups I was in. One of the groups I was in, we got a Grammy nomination. We did a recording. And so I'd get done doing all this, and I would start my own practicing for all the other stuff I had to do about 9 o'clock at night. And then I'd try and cram it all into 4 or 5 hours, and I go home about 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. Then I get up at 6 and try to be in class by 8 to teach kids who were younger than how long I had been playing music. And I think maybe doing music for 20 years, at some point there's this point you get to where you feel like, well, I've had a career, that most people might start looking at retiring after 20 years of doing a job, and I've been doing music for 20 years. So I think there was some burnout going through there. And I was also seeing that a lot of people were getting out of music or getting out of the academic setting and looking for jobs, and there just wasn't jobs, and they're ending up, just kind of continuing the education, and that was it. And that wasn't for me. That's not what I wanted to do. I'd grown up on stage all my life with music, and that's what I wanted to continue doing. But in the end, if I had to say, really a calling, and there's no way else to explain it. I had this strange premonition when I was in my later teens and in my early 20s that I actually told a few friends that I had this strange feeling that I would not live past the age of 25. And I couldn't tell you why, but I just had a very strong feeling I would not live past the age of 25. And then years later, come to find out, I leave music at 25 years old, and I join the Dallas Police Department and become a police officer. It was actually Trent Custis years later who framed it this way, but he told me that it was absolutely incredible because it was as if I had discarded who I was and completely reinvented myself. And perhaps that is that fulfillment of that strange premonition I always had in my later teens. It was the hardest, and still is, been the hardest decision I've ever made in my life, to leave music. That was my identity. It was everything I was. It was at the core of me, and so to leave my identity, my personality, one of the things I love the most, that was a big decision, and to just start over new, probably not something a whole lot of people would do. That combined with 9/11 and just kind of having this regret of not joining the military, I applied to the DEA as a joke. And it was kind of like 50-50 interested, right? Like, I'm just saying this for fun. Well, I get accepted, and there's a hiring freeze with the budget. And so I'm talking to the recruiter, and she says, you could get sent to FLETC or to the academy next month, and they approve the budget, or this could be like another year or 2 years. We don't know. We recommend that you become a police officer in the meantime, because you'll get a lot of great law enforcement experience, and our best agents are actually former police officers. I said, okay, great. Well, where should I apply? And she said, Dallas, because they're the best. So I actually applied to Dallas and Garland. What attracted me about Garland was they looked very professional, and they had a boxing club, so that attracted me too. So Dallas called first. I talked to a recruiter at Garland, and there's kind of some back and forth, but Dallas called first, and my background went through real quick. And then I decided I had to stick out just that first year at University of North Texas to kind of complete those studies, but I almost would have left like right in the middle. So Dallas was good at letting me finish out that first year, and then I jumped in here as a pre-hire and started the academy in June, class 293.
Where did you work as a pre-hire?
Started off in technology, which was really rough, and I won't get into that. It was there was a civilian there who was trying to, for whatever reason, sabotage me and get me fired before I even went to the academy. But I started off with Eric Seil and George Tinajero in technology, and they can tell the stories about that too, everything we went through. But then we kind of got shuffled around. We got pulled out of technology, and I ended up in personnel briefly, and then I also went to intelligence, and
I worked with Alan Lash briefly, and then went to the academy.
I wanted. We're going to get into the continuing law enforcement, but I want to go back to something you just said about 2 minutes ago. You were Grammy nominated. You said.
Well, I wasn't. It was the group I was in. I'm in a group.
Okay.
You know how they do that? One day we're in rehearsal, and the conductor just stops and goes, "Oh, just so you know, we're on the Grammy ballot for the recording we did. It's us and Boston Pops. Anyway, let's look at Measure 96." And that was it.
So which group was that?
That was the UNT Symphonic Band. Yeah. And I was also with the North Texas Wind Symphony or Wind Ensemble, and they had a bunch of actually Grammy wins, but that was before I was with them. So
Nice.
yeah.
Really cool. There's not many officers. I don't think I'll probably have another officer.
Yeah, I want to contribute.
mic.
I want
Yeah.
to contribute and say I have a Grammy nomination. I was in a group as a whole. We had a Grammy nomination for a recording that we did.
Okay.
Which funny story about that recording. That conductor didn't really like me, but we had a recording studio company come from New York City, so they came down and set up everything. And I had told the conductor I will not be there for the sound check because I will be in New York City trying out for Stomp. And so I had a fill-in or a substitute, and they're doing the sound check, and conductor stops everything, looks up, and it's like, "Where is Canete?" And the substitute is just kind of looking like, "I thought he told you, you know." So I get back and I hear about he's pretty pissed off. So after we did that recording, it's like I kind of went through that group for a little bit, and at some point the conductor was like, kind of just didn't want me there anymore, which I get.
Stomp.
Yeah.
Is that
You ever heard of Stomp?
Yeah, is that? I think they talked about that in
Playing the trash cans and the.
Breaking 2.
Oh no.
Electric
No.
Boogaloo. Anyway, so when you decided to go into law enforcement, what did your family? What was their support, or were they shocked, or
I thought they'd be shocked, but they weren't. They're just kind of like, okay. Yeah.
another challenge for our son? That's
Yeah.
had a lot of time of challenges.
Yeah, and, I need to say this before I forget, but my parents are absolutely outstanding people. They are just so generous in giving and just well-grounded, solid people of faith. I had a great life growing up. We had some hard times in our life, as lots of families do, but we had a lot of great times, and what wasn't missing was the love they had for their kids. Yeah, they've always been my biggest supporters. Those are the two people I know that pray the most for me and have always been my biggest supporters.
So I've never made the journey to go rock climbing with you, and I don't want to.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
It sounds terrifying.
All right.
But everybody who has made that journey and has come back after meeting your parents has said the exact same thing.
Good, yeah.
No, I met your dad briefly one time on one of his trips here.
Oh, all right.
But your parents are amazing people just by word of mouth alone.
Good, yeah. And their home's open to anyone, and they have a smile and a hug for everyone. Really, they're generous people.
I'm about to send your mom a message with a pic from this recording.
Yeah, that'll make her day.
I want to talk about getting out to Southeast. Is that the division you picked whenever?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Why? Well, Mike Mata was my class advisor.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and
you wanted dirty boots like him.
Yeah. I mean, when he said it was shortly before we were going to graduate, a couple weeks before, and he's like, "Hey, I recommend driving through the division you're going to work in so you can get familiar with the streets." Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." And he goes, "Southeast, you better make sure you have a pistol on you, though." He's like, "You're going to get carjacked." Well, yeah, that's where I maybe want to work. So I put in for Southeast. Yeah, we had a great class. We really did. We had a lot of guys who were coming back from overseas after serving, and so they're looking for a job. And so we just had a lot of squared away guys in my class. And I have to mention them. I'm sorry if I forget some of you, but we have Matt Renfro, Melvin Williams, Stephen Witt, Eric Barnes. Eric Barnes was my class president. David Crowley, Stephen Williams, Andy Shelley, who's now with Fort Worth PD, Norma Massou. There's a couple at Central, George Tinahero,
Sile.
Coffee, Eric Sile, Han Wen. Yeah, we had a good class.
So I think it was Matt Murda. Man, I can't forget Matt Murda. And Andrew Cutbirth. So me, Matt Murda, Andrew Cutbirth end up in the same training cycle at Southeast. My primary trainer was Debbie Taylor, which was very difficult. I felt like she had it out for me, which she could have. I don't know. But it was coming from small town of 1,500 to coming from a university setting. And I signed up for this job because I knew I wanted to see something of the world. I knew that I was getting into something that I would see, and I wanted to see it. I wanted to experience it. And Debbie was going to make sure I got that experience for sure. She was notorious for being a very stressful trainer to be with and very hard. There, there's a lot of stories that happen with us I will keep between us. There's a lot of cussing and screaming sometimes, and but those were our things. In the end, I look back at it, and I wouldn't have had it any other way with the training she did. She really did make me a solid police officer, because I know when I went to other phases of training, those trainers too said, "Hey, you pretty squared away already for first phase rookie. This is going well." Second phase, I had Myron Scott, and Myron Scott was been there forever. He was a great trainer in that he would let you do whatever you want. He was just like your partner. All you had to do is make sure that Myron got his coffee first thing, and then also that you took some kind of report call right after lunch so he could doze off while you typed the report. And he was good. He would do whatever. And I have this funny story about Myron. I'm on second phase, and there's this big car chase that comes out. The gang units in Southeast, the auto theft unit is, deployment, some task force guys, and they're chasing two Aryan Brotherhood guys that had gotten a stolen vehicle, and they were checking the vehicle through OnStar, and these guys had some warrants out for gun trafficking with ATF and some other things. So a bunch of officers are jumping on this chase, and I'm all excited, so I get on the radio and I said, "Put me out on that chase." And Myron looks at me and goes, "Hey, partner, we ain't even close to that chase, just so you know." Like, "Oh, I thought it was just down the street here." It's like, "No, it's way over there on the other side of the grove." So I go hauling ass, to get there, because I said we're out. So at some point, the vehicle crashes, and the driver bails out, and he's on the loose, and they get the passenger. So they're kind of debriefing the passenger, and he confirms that, yes, that driver is the guy that is wanted, and he is armed. He has a pistol on him. So they get that on the radio. So Myra and I get kind of late to this whole thing, and I'm just kind of cruising down Pleasant, right, where it kind of starts to dead end into CF on Service Road, and thinking, well, I'm late to this, and they'll probably catch him over here where they thought they got him. But I kind of made a wider circumference and got out further, and this guy pops out of the bushes right in front of me on the road on Pleasant, running towards the service road, and just pops right out in front of me and starts running away from me. And we're just following him in the car casually, and all of a sudden he jumps back down into the ditch and disappears in the bushes. So I throw the car in park, and I jump out, and Myron's a really big dude. Like, he's like 6'2", over 300 pounds. He's not a runner. He'll pick someone up and slam them if you need, but he, and I didn't expect that. He would turn around, get in the car, and drive and find me later. So I'm chasing this guy. I chase him kind of through this section of woods, and we get through this clearing in this open area, and there's this 10-foot chain link fence at the back of this property that's like a strip suite, or like a business that has several business suites in it. And this guy gets to the fence, and he turns around and looks at me and reaches for his shirt to pull it up, and I start to see the pistol, and it looks like he's going for the pistol. So I draw down on him and giving him commands. He decides to turn around and jump on the fence and start climbing. So he starts climbing up the fence, and I want to follow him, but I realize he's armed. So I'm going to wait until he gets a little further away, and then I'm going to climb this fence. So he jumps down the fence and kind of looks at me one last time and turns around and starts running into the back door of this building. And I decide not to climb up the fence because I didn't want to be up there exposed. So I run around this entire property to get out to the service road. Meanwhile, Myron has already gotten on the radio and said, "My partner's on the ground, blah, blah." So everyone's not quite sure where I'm at with this guy. I pop out on the service road, and I'm running back down towards this building because I'm sure he's going to jet out the front door and get out onto CF on. I'm trying to beat him there. And the helicopter, Air One, is right above me, and I just hear the And I hear him on the, I got an officer on the service road. He's heading southbound. That's why I'm running for that front door as fast as possible. And down quarter mile, I see the squad car turn the corner, and it sees me. And I hear that, wah, like whoever's driving it's punching it to get to me. And I'm just fiercely pointing while I'm running at the front door of that business like, he's in there. And I remember just hearing my boots slap on the concrete, and that helicopter is like 100 feet right above me, just whoosh, and that car is screaming towards me. And I thought, this is it. I'm working at Southeast, baby. This is it. I get to that front door, and he hadn't popped out yet. I get inside the business, and he's coming right at me, and we end up tackling each other and going down and fighting, and he's still got the gun. So I'm struggling with him, and he's actually getting his hand underneath him like he's trying to go for it. And I have his arms just enough, and that's about all I can hold. And right then, Darian Loera and Tina Schultz come bursting in the front door. They were the ones in the squad car, and they tackle him, and I'm yelling at him, he's still got the gun. And Tina pulls out that taser and pops him, and we get him into cuffs and stuff. And I remember kind of standing up and out of breath and looking around, and Darian slaps me on the back and is like, nice job, man. And I'm looking at Tina like, wow, who are you? And I go outside with him, and there are probably 30 squad cars. Everyone, out Southeast, auto theft, gang unit, deployment, task force guys. And everyone's slapping me on the back saying, hey, good job. I'm like, thanks. And I'm looking for Myron. Like, where's Myron? I don't see our car. And so I'm kind of talking more with Lonnie Howard. It was Lonnie's deal. And he's asking me questions about, how this went down. And I'm still kind of looking for Myron. And finally, about 10 minutes later, I see the squad car pull up at the very back of all the squad cars. And Myron gets out and pulls up his belt and kind of walks up. And it's like, so you got him, huh? I said, yeah. I'm like, what took you so long getting here?
A Slurpee. I got to go get a Slurpee.
He goes, well, I once you got to that fence, I decided I was going to take my time and walk back to the car. And I said, you ran after me? He goes, yeah, man, you're my partner. I got to stay with you if I can. I'm like, oh, man, I thought you just jump in the car and continue driving. No, you're my partner. I was going to do the best I could to stay with you. And so he tried running after me and then walked back to the car when he was out of breath and decided he was done with it. And I'll see him later.
Myron was magical, though. That guy could find anything.
He was known at Southeast as one of the best trainers out there.
Yeah.
I mean, him, Rocky Stevens. I don't know if you remember Rocky, but Myron Scott was.
I had a blast with him.
Legendary as
and
a trainer.
He gave me a lot of confidence because that's what he was. He's like, hey, man, you got this. And it was nice coming off of Debbie, who really beat me down. It kind of gave me a chance to stretch my legs a little more and say, well, this is what I learned from Debbie. Let me actually try and use that with someone who has some trust in me. So yeah, it was I had a blast. I mean, the guys we worked with there on that second watch with Myron, it was like Dale Baugh, Bristow, Mark Johnson, Kelly Foster, some of these older guys from Southeast that most people won't know anymore. But man, they're kind of like the legends and the crusty guys from back in the day.
Then the Grant brothers were
Grant brothers, yeah, the sergeants. Yeah, it was. And in fact, Rob Grant was my first sergeant ever on this department in Southeast.
They were late night guys for the longest time, though. Mm-hmm. They didn't get the day shift until you guys got there.
Yeah.
And then third phase was Alexis Byer, which was fantastic. I was in her very first FTO rotation, so she was a brand new trainer, and she was exactly what I needed to kind of finalize my field training. She really helped me refine everything that I had been taught and working on up to that point. She's very smart, very bright. She's cerebral, and I think she knew I was, and so there was a lot of talks in the car with her dissecting my personality and explaining this job to me in a way that she thought I would relate and understand, and really was grateful for that phase of training with her. She did an excellent job.
Jeremiah Torres.
Yeah, so you go through 6 months of field training. You do an 8.5 month academy, you go through 6 months of field training, and then you're still not ready to be on your own, so they say, which is true. So you have a period of little T, which is where you have to ride with a partner. And this makes a whole lot of sense, but you get to ride with someone who's only been on the department 5 months longer than you and 2 classes ahead. And that was Jeremiah Torres. He and I just really clicked together, even before I was off of training, we kind of knew like, hey, we want to ride together, because he would show up on the calls I was on in training, and we just knew like, hey, as soon as I get off of training, we're going to ride together on Little T. And that guy, still to this day, he had a big impact on me as a new officer, even as much of a new officer as he was, but he just knew how to talk to everybody. And I wasn't as good at that. I really wasn't. That's why I wasn't a negotiator, right? But I learned a lot from talking to people. Like he could take thugs off the street who are gangbangers, and he could get them to tell him anything. They'd be cussing me out, but the next thing you know, he'd pull them aside, and the next thing you know, they're having some conversation, and they walk away, and they're dapping it up, and he's like, all right, man, you know. Or he could talk someone into handcuffs. And to this day, he's still one of my best friends. We keep in contact. He's no longer with DPD. He's Abilene PD. He moved out there at the time for his wife for some family stuff and has remained out there. But I miss that guy. He was a great officer.
I love that guy. He is such a genuinely just sweet man. And,
yeah. Good person. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
God,
yeah.
he could tell some jokes.
Oh, man.
I want to get into CRT life and how that went for you. And that was the original plan was, it was Chief Brown's like a summer initiative. It started was Operation Hornet's Nest.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of created all these little crime response teams in every division.
Yeah. So the original CRT team back in 2010, it was right at the beginning. I got selected to be on that. And I'm going to say, I don't think it was an honorary thing. I honestly think the sergeants were trying to get rid of me and have me somewhere. I was notorious for being a shit magnet. I got into a lot. I have a feeling the sergeants thought I was jacking around on my own when honestly I was really doing a lot of work. You know, I was doing the best I could. Some days I'd come in and I wouldn't have 10 or 12 calls. I'd have 2 or 3. And they're like, why aren't your calls higher? And it's because, well, I'm actually sitting here hiding, trying to get this guy to leave the house so I can take him to jail, you know. So I have a feeling the sergeants were just kind of like, let's get this guy out of here. Because I would push back on them a little bit. Yeah, I can't. Surprise. I just didn't need sergeants to make a decision for me. You know, I knew how to do police work, so I thought.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. So I got moved to CRT, and that at the time it was known as supposed to be just for drugs, and it was going to be based around knock and talk method. So we were going to primarily do the knock and talks. And right off the bat, I was like, this is going to be very slow, and we're not going to get in too much. So we kind of started increasing it a little more with looking at wanted people and warrants, kind of like the fugitive team does now, but kind of expanding that a little bit. But one of the things I remember was Robert Grant was our sergeant, and him talking about bringing on Joe King. And Joe King had such a reputation with him and Pat Starr. I miss that guy. I love that guy, Pat Starr. Being great police officers at Southeast and dope chasers. And I remember telling Rob Grant, like, yes, bring that guy on because we need someone with some great experience here to really mentor us and help us along with that. I look at that team as still probably the best years I've had in my career on this department. It was such a formative time in learning even more about police work, but then you also had the team aspect where you're real close and you just worked with each other every day. We got so much done. My day started with getting on CF on and driving there excited to come to work. Every day I was thinking about what will we get into, you know, like what funny stories will we have from today and what kind of damage would we do at Southeast, and then getting into work, hanging out, laughing a little bit. Someone's on the computer. We're doing some intelligence mining, do a little bit of paperwork stuff, and then we just go out and
beat the bushes.
Man, I'd still say, I remember when I got to SWAT, I was like, I still have booted more doors with my foot and running around in a trap house with a pistol and a soft vest than once I did it initially in SWAT. Yeah.
Mark Bacon said that. He said he's made more dynamic entries in CRT than he did at his time in SWAT, and then
the foot chases, just going after thugs. But as fun as it was, I will say there was something that I started to notice there, and that was the wear on my mind. I don't know how you felt with that. I love being a street cop and really helping people. Nothing got me fired up more than hearing a 911 call about a woman in a closet with her kids, and there's a home invasion with guys who are armed. and she's calling for help and racing there to get there to see if I can beat them before they get out the door, you know. But when you were in CRT, all we did is mess with thugs and, you know, shitheads, to be honest. You just always saw the worst of the worst, which we're used to dealing with, but we never got to actually have interaction with the innocent people who call us for help. And then on top of that, you put the only contact you have with innocent people are the kids. And it was awful, like seeing some of these kids in these dope houses where you don't know what was happening to them, or their mother would drop them off there, as that trap house is like a daycare, and these thugs are in there with them, and who knows what's going on.
Full of a pissy diaper, full of drugs and guns laying
Squalor,
around.
absolute squalor. And I still remember, I think we had gotten into this house, and I actually took a picture of these kids, but we were, you know, asses and elbows everywhere, flying around chasing these guys in this trap house and get them cuffed and stuff. And there were these 2 kids on a mattress on the floor, and they never woke up. They were so tired. Who knows how many trap houses they had been bounced around to and what had happened to them. But at some point, they were just absolutely exhausted that we were in their wrecking house and throwing guys on the floor and putting them in cuffs, and they never woke up. And I think that was the day at the end of the shift, I had to go meet my wife and her family for a dinner in Uptown. And sitting at the table and listening to the conversation, it just seemed like drivel. And that's the way you get as a police officer sometimes, like, this stuff isn't even important, it's not real. Which is semi-true, but you have to also realize that that's also, it's relative. The perspective is relative. And so at that moment when I'm at the table with family, that's life. And I just couldn't do it, so I had to get up and walk out of the restaurant, and I didn't know why. And I processed all that and realized, like, I'm very irritable right now, and I just can't even listen to people talk, and it was, that kind of thing was hanging on me. And I think that was a big turning point in realizing that I need to start watching this stuff and how it affects, because I had to come up with a method of getting rid of some of that before I got home, before I crossed that I-30 boundary and into the north side of Dallas, on how to kind of get rid of that, process it, understand it, and then leave it behind so I can still be present with family at home, because it was wearing. You
had to be intentional about
very much so
packing that away.
Yeah, and even then, you say packing it away, and we know that that's not necessarily healthy. But there's that compartmentalizing. It's, some things help with that, like putting on the uniform, that helps. That's like putting on the job uniform for this thing, and then once I take it off, there's that sensory association as well. Like, I'm taking off the uniform, which means I'm taking off my job, and I'm being more present at home. So you start connecting those things and realizing what you need to do to kind of separate that part of life, so they truly are separate and they don't bleed into each other.
My perception of you whenever we first met is I had people, because I didn't really know anybody on that team. Okay. And I knew Grant. I had worked for Ron Grant and worked around Rob for years, and loved those guys. And it was the first time in my career I'd ever worked days. So that was going to be an adjustment. And I heard of this guy, a young cocky officer named Danny Canete. I went, okay, well, I've dealt with cocky officers before. But I got over there and I started working around you. And I looked at you compared to some of the other team members. I was like, God, this guy is really, really good. He's really good at everything. And he's somebody, when we're approaching a group of thugs, or we're approaching a house, or we're formulating a plan, I didn't feel like that I had to play chess and move you around, that you were going to move yourself to the appropriate place and you're going to have the appropriate response. And I was not worried about you. It was like, and believe it or not, in a group setting and doing that type of work, that is kind of hard to find. There are some people you have to direct like a director. Yeah. And it's, and that's okay. But some people got to be, that's just the way it is. And, they're directable, but I never worried about, what you were going to do and where you were, because I knew you had whatever you're doing. So,
got a question for you.
Yeah.
Because you're deliberate in just about everything you do, how did you separate home and work?
To be honest, I don't think I did fully, because I noticed how it changed me. There's just no way around it. Police work changes you forever. You look at these kids that graduate the academy, like let's say they're 22 years old. They signed up for this job and they know it, but they get out there on the streets. They're 22 years old, 23 years old. They're on their own, driving this squad car, a badge and a gun. They're going to calls where they see dead kids. They're answering shootings. They may be in a shooting themselves. They're pulling up on scenes where there might be a mob of people and they have to take control of it. They're aware of the dangers. They've driven this car really fast. They've fought people into handcuffs. They've put hands on some of the baddest dudes in the baddest gangs in South Dallas. There's just no way you can get around it changing you. As far as separating it to where it's not negatively affecting home life, it's just a lot of work. And I think you do it by distraction, and distraction with the things that make you you. So, of course, I have that with, outdoors, fitness activity, music. You stay grounded in the stuff that makes you you, because there's this other part with the police work that you're doing, and that is now also you, that you have taken on. But obviously you don't want it to completely monopolize your personality and what you do in life.
I want to get into an incident with a robbery suspect. In that shooting. There's a lot of people that I remember when that happened. I was actually off that day because I had to meet a contractor. A lot of people probably don't even know that you went through this, Bacon and Helen Gart. Can you kind of walk us through that incident and that shooting?
Yeah, I like that. This is a good story. You were off that day. We had a good crew, CRT. So I was always partners with Justin Hellengard. So Justin was the one senior corporal on the team, like the squared away guy, the mature.
The Aggie.
Yeah, the Aggie. And then I think Mark Bacon and Travis French were riding together. And then I think this day you would normally be riding with Robin Rivera, but you weren't there, so he's by himself. We had gotten this complaint on Del Garden about this kid selling heroin. He kept being a problem. So Rob Grant, our sergeant, said, go deal with it. And I actually knew the kid. I'd put his brother in prison for UPF some years ago. We roll up to the house, and the kid is outside, and I chase him, and he runs from me. He runs into the house, and when he does, I boot the door to his house, and I go in and I get him and pull him out. And we got him handcuffed, and we're sitting down and talking to him. My old partner, Jeremiah Torres, is in deployment at the time, which is the plainclothes unit. So he's driving a covert car, and he's in plainclothes. And there's a robbery call that comes out on Buckner about a Hispanic couple at the store who are robbed by this suspect who was armed with a gun. And the man says he was robbed for, I don't know how many hundreds of dollars of cash. But he said the suspect actually pulled the trigger and the gun clicked on an empty chamber. So the guy just didn't realize he had an empty chamber. So it would have been, a capital murder had it gone that way. And the suspect was driving what they described as a white PT Cruiser with a bumper sticker on the back. So Jeremiah Torres kind of responds in plainclothes in the covert and is driving around the area looking for this car. And he comes up behind a car that kind of fits it, but it's not an exact description. It's a white Chevy HHR, which is that goofy looking car they made. And it didn't have a bumper sticker, but it had damage on the back bumper. So he's radioing saying, I'm behind a car that I think could possibly be it. Is there anyone who can do this traffic stop? And I'm talking to this kid on Del Garden, and I'm hearing Jeremiah on the radio and keeping mind of that. And I'm realizing no one's offering up to help Jeremiah. And so I pull the kid out of handcuffs and I kind of like, get back in the house and stop selling heroin kind of thing. And I said to the guys, I'm like, let's go help Jeremiah. Let's pull over that vehicle. So we all jump in, and Mark, I think, is driving, and he ends up first. And so we get out of there, and Jeremiah's following this car, and it's about to get out of Dallas. It's at the Mesquite border. And we finally catch up to it. Mark lights it up, and the vehicle pulls over. And I'm thinking, well, it kind of pulled over kind of easy. Maybe no big deal here. But when the vehicle comes to a stop, the brake lights don't go off. And so Mark and Travis start to get out, and Justin is in the passenger. I'm driving. He starts to get out. And I said, hold on, because the brake lights were on. I'm like, this guy's going to run. And as soon as they started walking up, the car peels off. Justin hops back in. I floor it. We're chasing this car. We chase this car into Mesquite. It turns around.
It's going the wrong way, going the other way, coming back into Dallas. We go back into Mesquite. This thing is going through the medians and goes through some fields. It starts raining. I'm wondering if we're going to get the car stuck. We end up going back through Dallas. We end up coming down Masters, and we end up going through a school zone, and I actually pull back. With it raining and being through a school zone, I'm just going to pull back the speed, and I actually let him get fairly far ahead, but I can still see him. He turns the corner going east on Lake June, and I get through the school zone, and I turn the corner, and the car is abandoned in the middle of Lake June in front of some apartments. So we figured he ran into the apartments. And we turn into the apartment complex, and I think Mark's ahead of me, and we see the guy running through the buildings of the apartment complex. Mark does a great job and takes that squad car, launches it over the curb, and dogs that guy, like driving in between the apartment buildings, through the grass, just dogging this guy. And I know where this guy's going to pop out. He's going to pop out in the middle of the complex where there's a big parking lot and there's like a pool and a laundry building. So as soon as I come into the complex, I just take a hard right and I go around because I'm going to shoot for this courtyard and cut this guy off. And as soon as I hit the courtyard, here comes the guy screaming through the parking lot, just running as fast as he can right in front of me. And Mark had gotten stuck in front of some cars. He wasn't able to get into the parking lot because of all the parked cars. So he has to stop somewhere in the grass and bail out with Travis. And before I even get the car in park, Justin has already bailed out, and he's running after this suspect. And I'm like, shoot, I'm going to be late on this one. So I get the car in park. I'm running. Justin and the suspect disappear around the corner of this laundry building by the pool. I'm running up, and I turn the corner hot. And when I do, I see the suspect is on the ground, but he's sitting down, kind of like he had fallen down, and he's just now starting to get up. And I see Justin putting on the brakes, like violently trying to stop himself, and his arms kind of flailing. And I'm half a step more, and I see the suspect is reaching on the ground for a pistol he dropped. And he grabs that pistol and starts to raise it up. And I am right on Justin's shoulder. And all this is happening in like microseconds. And I'm thinking, I'm so close to this guy, maybe I'll just pop him and we'll be done with this, before he really has a chance to fully get a grip on this gun and get a round off on Justin, because he started to bring it up to point it at Justin. And then somewhere in the back of my mind, I was like, no, let's do this right. Let's do this textbook. So I put on the brakes as well, right next to Justin, and I draw out. And when I do, I flare out to the right of Justin, and this suspect has stood up now and has seen me draw, and he is kind of turning away while pointing the gun at me. And I let off a couple rounds and I hit him. He is turning to run away when I think I hit him, twice in the side and maybe once in the back. And he turns the corner, still running. And my first thought is, oh hell no, we're not gonna let this guy get away and get into some apartment here in this complex. So I go running for the corner of the building, and I hear Mark yelling at me, watch the corner. And once again, I'm like, I don't want the guy to get away, so I was gonna come around the corner hot. And I thought, no, I need to do this right. So I put on the brakes again, and I start to wide angle that corner. And when I do, I see the suspect has once again stopped, and he has his back bladed to the wall for as low of a profile as he can, with that pistol extended, waiting for me to come around the corner. He's going to ambush us. So I end up pushing out further. I don't stay on the corner. I actually push out further, and that was to make room for the rest of the guys to kind of come around the corner. When I do, he starts tracking me, and I actually, in my peripheral, I see the dirt fly up in the grass. So he's popping rounds. And I shoot him a couple other times. Mark pops around the corner and shoots him as well. And we also had Paul DeBorst. He had jumped in the chase, and he had gotten in the foot chase, and I think he got some rounds off as well. The guy took the rounds like a champ and ran around the other corner of the building. And finally, I just see the feet around the corner just kind of go down, so he falls down. We run up to him and struggle to get him in handcuffs. He's fighting. I think he got shot 9 times, and he was struggling with us, and we finally get him cuffed and get the ambulance there. I mean, right away, Mark was like, hey, get the ambulance on this guy, check him. And we kind of looked at each other and like, are you good? Make sure everyone's good because there were rounds fired. I just remember Mark going, a little too much excitement right after lunch. Yeah.
Stomach rumbling.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, of course, we get separated. We get put in different cars. Lieutenant Kevin Campbell was our lieutenant at the time. He comes out to the scene and he asks, anything I can do for you? I'm like, hey, can you just get my snacks from my squad car? And I understand this is going to be a long deal here. IED's got to come out, shoot team, all that. We got to make statements, I know. It was probably 10 minutes after all this, 10, 15 minutes. And I get a text message from my mom with a link to some news article about there's a shooting in Pleasant Grove at this moment, no further details. And she writes, I'm sure this isn't you, but it just felt weird. Are you okay? I'm like, oh man, just always watching, always on the alert. That was a good shooting. It was a lot of good teamwork. I think the guys were proud of how we handled ourselves and what we went through on that.
Yeah, I remember Mark calling me from the scene and
Oh, nice. All right.
and told me a little bit about it, but then he had to get back in the car with his companion. I'm glad y'all handled up and perfectly, it sounds.
Yeah, no, it was a good experience for all of us, especially as a team. And some of us ended up getting I guess all of us got the Medal of Valor for that shooting, and
Yep.
just because of the suspect's actions where he actually attempted to ambush us that second time. And I did not realize how bad of a dude we were going after. So this guy was well known, 6'5" Groveside gang member, who's very much an enemy of some of the 415 and the Four Deuce guys. He was out on parole early for what was a murder that got knocked down to an aggravated assault because they claimed that he didn't mean to shoot the person, but he killed him. So he got paroled early. The gang members would talk about how he was notorious for kidnapping their girlfriends and then shooting them in the legs and then dropping them off in front of their dope houses. And I found all of this out a year later. Remember the house on Birmingham where we saw, I'll say his name, Torrey Adams. We saw Torrey Adams coming out with 25 pounds in his hands, and he puts it in the back of the trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
He
go
threw the keys over in the backyard.
he left the front door open. I go running in, and I immediately trip in the dark over a suitcase full of another 25 pounds. And I don't know, I think we got like over $100,000 in cash in the house.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a couple suspects in the house besides Torrey, and we get them out, and they're in the squad car, and we're figuring this all out, and they're handcuffed. And they start talking about this guy from the shooting and talking about, oh yeah, I fucking hated that guy. And they start telling me about this dude's history. And I still remember, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I remember that shooting. And they're like, yeah, he got in a shootout with the cops and they blazed him down and this and that.
Danny, at some point, and really it was upsetting to me because I'm a selfish individual, but you left the CRT, you applied for narcotics. I was sad that I was losing you as a teammate, but also I was happy that I was going to have a great ally up in narcotics that could help us out and, get us warrants anytime we needed one, which we often did.
Yeah. I was sad leaving the team, but I knew I needed to for the career. What I was wanting to do, of course, was end up in SWAT, and that wasn't happening because I'd already tried out 5 times, and it was a no-go for other reasons I won't go into, but there's probably some personal things with some of the people on the team. Maybe Misty can speak more to that. And I know there's a history there. Which we didn't even get into the SWAT competition team and all that from back in the day. But I thought it was fortunate I had an opportunity to go to narcotics. Go ahead.
No, if you want me to get into it,
Yeah.
It was the same comments when he first went to CRT, this cocky guy.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'll take you back to the range because I had heard a lot of comments about you being arrogant and cocky. And so I watched you meticulously because I wanted to know for myself. And when I watched you on the range, your concentration, your attention to detail was just so above so many people. And so I remember having a conversation with my team about bringing you to SWAT, and I said, he's surgical And if you compare it to a surgeon, who do you want operating on you as brain surgery? Someone with meticulous attention to detail and confidence to get the job done. I said, that's who I want. I said, I've seen him operate out on the pistol range, and I heard about your shooting with the robbery suspect and through Joe. I said, who do you want as an operator going in on a hostage rescue, especially if it's your mom or your daughter? You want someone that's confident, that is superior intelligence and attention to detail and talented. I'll take it all day long, even if you are confident. I wouldn't say that you were arrogant, but I do think you have an inner confidence that drives you, and you believe in yourself. And in a hostage rescue, you have to have those skills. So that was it was the same argument that got passed on and on. It was that he's arrogant, he's cocky. Hell yeah, you are. You're confident because you're good. And I think that intimidated some people.
Yeah, that can happen. And I'll speak maybe a little more to that, but humility is something that obviously we all can work on. And for me, that's, I'm not above that as well. So it's that fine razor line of, you can be self-deprecating and have shame and be insecure, or you can be humble, or you can go as far as being arrogant. And so humility is just like this paper thin fine line to always be on. And of course, if we teeter off of it, we want to fall on the other side, which is humble but not too arrogant. Yeah, I think being confident and doing things differently, that's always been that way in the police culture. And I knew when I came into this culture that I had to earn people's trust because I was just so different. I mean, I'm not just even different in the police culture. I'm different than a lot of other groups of people. But yeah, so if I rub someone wrong in some specific way, maybe I don't come off as humble of a person, well, I'll apologize. Maybe there was something there at that one time, but just know that it's always a work in progress to have humility. That's all of us.
So
obviously.
I was accused of the same stuff, right? And I probably earned it way more than you did, because a lot of it is, kind of trying to cover up my insecurities. Like, if I'll tell you that I'm better than you, right? I don't have a problem telling most people. But in all the time that I've known you, you've never made it a point to try to tell somebody you're better. It's never been vocal. So I think a lot of people that had the issue with it saw that you were better than them, and they had a problem with that. Not the fact that you came off as confident or arrogant. I never saw that aspect of it, but I have seen where people just don't like somebody being better than them.
Yeah, and that's normal. We're used to that. I think we see that everywhere.
With this police culture too, we've seen that people that they're not really that good. And then when there's somebody that's around them, and we had people on that CRT that they weren't worth a shit. Mm-hmm. And when they're the first ones that kind of be quick to attack you and say he's cocky, he's arrogant, because that's an easy label to put on somebody to hide their own insecurities, and they know who they are. But when you left to go to narcotics, I know that you had tried out for SWAT, and that I knew that was your goal. That's where you wanted to get. And to getting your foot in the door in narcotics, it was an advancement. You were taking a step up from the streets and the CRT, and you were going up to narcotics because you're going to have experience in warrant writing, investigations, and also entries and warrant training. And yeah, I believe this. Well, the guy deserves to be over there anyway, but now he has this experience and training that's only going to help you get to SWAT, which that's what you wanted to do.
Like most things in my career, I attribute it to opportunities and really other people. And I think everyone on the department needs to look at that and realize a lot of the success or the great things that have happened in their career is because of other people. We never got into it, but the opportunity that Bodie Sarton gave me to be on that competition team, that was huge. The opportunity with Rob Grant having me on the CRT team, with you willing to look at me as someone that you could mentor. Barry Ragsdale being willing to go off of recommendations of people close to me to say, well, I don't really know this guy, but I'll take him. So Barry Ragsdale took me into narcotics and gave me a chance. And I remember him telling me in the interview, I know you're going to leave for SWAT. He's like, are you going to screw me over at the first opportunity? And I said, well, I'm not making a secret that I eventually want to be there. I said, but I promise you I will give you at least 1 full year of hard work, like hard, honest work, at least a year. And I held to that. There was openings, I think maybe twice in that year. I actually even got a phone call from a sergeant in SWAT asking if I would consider him putting in after I'd been in narcotics for 3 months. And I turned these down. The other thing going into narcotics is some of the guys were blunt, and they came up to me when I first got up there and said, we heard all about you, and I can already tell you I hate you. But we're going to give you a chance. And I honestly end up making some great friends in narcotics, and we end up having a great time to where by the time I kind of gone through the narcotics period, when I tried out for SWAT, all those guys were cheering me on for going over to SWAT. It was kind of nice to see. Narcotics was interesting for me because I originally applied to the DEA thinking that that's what I wanted to do. In fact, I got a call when I was at Southeast from the DEA saying, hey, we're ready to pull you, and now I'm going to stay here. I'm having too much fun. So I thought working dope in that aspect with undercover and all that would be what I really wanted. And it wasn't what I thought it was. Being from somewhere totally different and not growing up down here and growing in certain neighborhoods, I felt at a disadvantage as far as buying dope at a lower street level. And it took some work to figure it out. You know, I had a good trainer. I had a good sergeant that understood the dope game, and I was pulling everything I could from other people to wash off this police officer aura that suspects could pick up on right away when I walked in. I have this story where I was new, and my trainer, who at the time was Kyle Land, has me at Skillman and Abrams. We're on a special there where basically all the UCs are supposed to go out there and just be buying dope as much as they can and dropping warrants on everyone. And there was this one guy named Santa Claus because he always wore a Santa Claus hat. And he was at the 7-Eleven. So one day we pull up, and we're kind of watching the game and the movement and seeing where the walkers are and who's going to who. And all of a sudden, here's Santa Claus. And he comes to be bopping around the corner and goes into the store. And Kyle Ann says, there he is, go get him. So I kind of go in the store, and he's at the back, and I kind of get around to him and hit him up like, hey, man, you want something? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what are you looking for? And I tell him. He's like, all right. So my dumbass reaches in my pocket for my money, and I didn't just have the $20 and just pull that out all wadded up or crinkled. Instead, I had my nice little wad of cash, all of it for the month, that had been checked out to me from narcotics. And the guy goes to snatch it out of my hand, and I kind of jerk back. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing, man? He goes, I'm going to need all that bread. I said, nah, I'm not giving you that. What are you talking about? He goes, trust me, you're going to give that to me, or I'm like, or what? And he goes, yo, this right here, a motherfucking cop, y'all. And the whole 7-Eleven's like, oh, and I just put my head down and walked out and got back in the car. And he asked, what happened? I'm like, no, we'll just leave this area. We're done for today here.
And it was that day you stopped believing in Santa.
Yeah, I stopped believing in Santa Claus. But then fast forward, I don't know, maybe 6 months, 8 months, and it's a Friday, and there's no one in the office, and Dan Fogel at the time, he's a lieutenant now, Dan Fogel is a UC as well. He comes in and says, hey, I'm looking for someone to make a buy, a UC buy, not a CI buy, at this, what I think is a mechanic shop for crack. And I'm looking for a specific type of person who can buy in this area because they would fit into the area. I can't use other people because we've tried and they've gotten beat up.
Can anybody do the percussions?
Yeah, that's what it was. And I was like, hey, it's just me in the office, man. And it's late Friday. He's like, oh, man. It's like, well, it has to be a UC because the CI keeps going and buying and he's not giving me the right information. Like, there's 3 doors and I don't know which door it is. I don't know if it's connected. I don't know if it's all the same business or different. And I kept talking. I'm like, hey, I'll give it a try. I'll do the best I can. He's like, oh, well, if you want to. So I grab a T-shirt out of my locker and I cut the sleeves off. We go out to the parking garage. We get in his car. He's going to drive me. I tell him to pop the hood. So he pops the hood. I get my hands in the engine bay and I get them all dirty. I'm going to kind of get some of the dirt and stuff on my face. I'm going to look like I've been doing some stuff. And I'm wearing like these torn wind pants, like track pants, just trying to look like as low key as possible. We start driving there. I have him pull over at a store. I go inside. I get some beer and some Cheetos. Come back. I open the beer and I pour it over my shirt. So now I'm kind of smelling like beer. And I take those Cheetos. I kind of mash them up a little bit and I get a little bit of them in my beard. All this is distraction, right? It's if I have that police aura, I'm trying to pull those senses away from why does this guy not seem like he fits in or would be buying crack, and trying to distract him with other things. So Dan pulls up to this place on South Ewing, and there's a group, maybe a gang, I don't know. There's a group of guys with the cars are out, the doors are open, the music's bumping, and Dan points out, it's that door right here in this building, and that's where I've been sending the CI to buy. I'm like, okay. I get out of the car, and it's just like the movies. As soon as I start walking across the parking lot, it's like, the music stops, and I hear someone go, "The fuck?" as they're looking at me, and I just pretend I don't hear or see them. I walk in, end up talking my way into buying crack, and right as I'm leaving, the guy looks at me and goes, "Hey, you be careful out there. The laws are out there trying to catch people." I said, "God bless you. Thank you." I walk back, get in the car with Dan, I'm like, get out of here. I got it for you. Like, let's freaking go back to the office. So that's kind of where I started and then where I ended. I went to mid-level pretty quick. Barry Ragsdale ended up taking over a squad there, and I ended up working for both him and Bodie Sarton, who ended up being a sergeant there, and had some great cases. I have a great story about a case with an NFL player and how I worked myself in with that. That gets long, and I can tie up some time. I had a case with the cartel that showed me a lot. That whole narc game, the whole dope game undercover, I loved it for the business wheel dealing, like constantly being on the phone. And then it really is a mind game. It's you are trying to think about, what is this guy thinking about? How does he view me? When he sets up a deal and where it's at, like what is he doing for his safety, and how's he playing the game, and how can I circumvent these kinds of things? And I love the wheeling and dealing, but it was constant stress. I mean, especially when I had that cartel case, I was constantly worried about being found out I was a cop, and that also started to wear on me as well. Just kind of living that life and going home and.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that story about going out there with Fogel and going across that parking lot, and that you probably couldn't get a nail up that ass with a sledgehammer. You're so nervous going across there. But
I will say I did better at getting out of streets and going more mid-level. Like it makes more sense with my personality, and that's one of the covers I used with that case I had with the cartel, was that I was from Colorado. And I was looking at bringing trafficking meth from here to Colorado. So, and I played off that I was a music producer because I could talk about music. So,
yeah, I remember that deal whenever we started working on it with the Tiger and the Walker crew, and and you continued that helping from the narcotics side,
helping CRT with that.
Yeah, helping
the Walker
CRT,
investigation.
and then we brought in DPS.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun because you already knew all the players, you knew everything getting up there, and that's why we came to you.
Yeah, yeah, and you just call me out of breath saying, "Hey, I need a warrant for this house."
Yeah. So getting into SWAT, which that has always been there's a dream of yours, and there was a lot of hiccups along the way. Chris Webb kind of talked about applying several times, but he stuck with it. And whenever you applied and finally got over there, kind of tell us about that.
I'd never been able to go to the week-long tryout. So I'd go through the interview, I'd go through the PT test and then the interview, and then I hadn't gone to the tryout. So I get a phone call when I'm in narcotics one day from Kent Wolverton, who's a sergeant over in SWAT at the time, and says, "Hey, you want to come to SWAT?" And I try to downplay it. I'm like, yeah, maybe, I kind of tell him, like, is this going to be another game? Because I've gotten this phone call before. And he was pretty clear. He's like, "No, this isn't a game. I'll take you if you will apply." And then my next question was, well, I don't know, will I make it to the week-long SWAT school tryout? And he says, yes. I said, well, if you'll say you can get me to the tryout, I will tell you I will put my best effort forward. So the guy with long hair showed up to the week-long tryout, and by the end it was me and Ryan Scott who got selected and went over to the 810s under Kent Wolverton, and then that's where it went from there.
When you first got over there, was it everything you thought it'd be, wanted to be? How are you accepted by a lot of the older operators?
It was worse than narcotics. Like narcotics, and they come to you and say, hey, we hate you, but we'll give you a chance. SWAT doesn't tell you they hate you or they'll give you a chance. It's neither. You just have to prove yourself. There are guys who are so established there, and there's a reputation, and there's culture, and there's already
history.
It's all type A personalities. So it was like restarting being in the police culture as a rookie at Southeast all over again. It was like restarting narcotics. Go ahead and say it.
No, I'll get into this real quick. I knew Danny from Southeast, right? We never worked the same watch. We just kind of worked in the same circles. We were all chasing the same bad guys. But when he was over in narcotics, he would come to us and say, hey, I need your help with the search warrant. And you get that a lot from, a lot of those detectives will come over and talk to you about stuff, but most of them show up. They're not prepared. They don't know. And you've done this before, right? Most of these guys have been through a drive-by before. They know the information we're looking for, and they don't show up with it. There's a lot of ums and uhs, a lot of searching around, trying to call somebody to find out what I need for this. Danny had everything already laid out. By the time we sat down with him and just talked, he told us everything we already wanted to ask. So the information was already there and organized. If we came up with a wild question, he answered it right up, like on the spot. It goes back to his level of preparedness for everything he does. Even showing up to the warrant, narcotics is kind of known for the jokesters. Your shirt's untucked, your holster's not fastened to your leg, your boots aren't tied. Just they're a fast and loose group, and that's kind of who they have to be because of the way they work. And Danny never fit that mold. He showed up squared away. His uniform was clean. His boots were tied. His equipment was where it needed to be. And all of that was stuff that I picked up on, right? This guy has all the answers that I'm looking for. He's always showing up on time. He's got everything squared away. And that's why I called him, right? I dealt with these guys enough. I've never called anybody else and told them to apply for SWAT. I've told some guys, maybe you should apply, right? And I knew Danny had applied several times before. But I felt like this guy is at the level that, not just for a beginning SWAT guy, but from what I've seen, and I'd only been there for like 10 months at that point, right? I hadn't been there for very long myself. But a lot of what I was doing was observing other people and trying to figure out why other people were successful and other people weren't. The guys that have their stuff squared away and can answer questions right on the fly, that level of quick thinking applies to what you're doing operationally also. So that's why I called him. When we selected you during the interview process to move on, there was no arguments, right? When we talked about, I don't even remember who else was on the interview board, but there was no, we're not taking that guy. It was a pretty unanimous decision there. And then going through the school, you didn't do as well as I thought you would. And I didn't ask you about it for quite a while. And then when I did, you told me like you had pneumonia. Yeah. So going through the SWAT selection process, it's not an easy process at all. And then going through it, knowing that everybody's got eyes on you, right? And you're sick as a dog, and you still performed high enough to where everybody was like, okay, that's the guy we're taking. Now, SWAT's unique in the fact that every squad has its own personality, and they all like to jockey for position, right? So if there's an opening, some squads will try to drop somebody that they don't like on their squad so that they can take a pick, or, hey, we got the first pick this round, or we've got this. And the senior guys in our squad still kind of held the animosity. And I'm pretty sure they've all talked to you about it since then.
Yeah.
And even during the interview, like when the whole squad sat down to discuss who we were going to take, there was some, no, we're not doing this. And again, I was a rookie sergeant, right? I'd only been there for a couple months. And I don't do it too often. I try not to do that in my career, but I was like, hey, I'm in charge. Like, that's who I'm taking. Who else do you want? Right? And that's where I kind of left it. And I think it worked out in the end. Just about everybody has come around and been like, no, that was a good choice. I think we did the right thing.
You made the unit better.
Yeah.
Danny getting over there as a learning all kinds of new. You shed your, uniform police aura to get the narcotics. Became long-haired, perfectly manicured goatee co-dog, taking down, investigating cartels, and now you're up in where you wanted to be in Dallas SWAT. Describe that transition you're dealing with. There are some interior issues, with personalities that you knew you were going to have to deal with, and also grow as an operator. How did that look for you going over there in that world and taking on a totally different it's really a new profession?
Well, I actually like being back in uniform. I mean, I look at myself always as a street cop, so the narcotics thing was fun, but it was good to be back in uniform. Although I did feel strange because I wasn't used to people staring at me in traffic on the way to work. And I realized it's because I'm driving a marked squad car wearing a uniform.
Getting flagged down on
yeah,
Rex.
that was a little weird. As far as finding my place with everyone and understanding, I obviously have had years of this now where people just don't initially like me. So I was kind of used to navigating that. The problem is I know that I need to be quiet and just keep my head down and do my thing. But there's still that other side of me that if I really feel like something isn't right, well, then I'm going to say something. So there was a little friction with that. The other thing is if people call on me to answer something, I'm going to answer. And so there was some of that as well where I'd get called on for my opinion and I'd give it. And then later I'd be told, no one fucking cares about your opinion. Don't give it, even if you're asked. So I'm figuring out the dynamics of everyone there. Can I tell a strange story about you, Misty?
Go ahead. I have no idea what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I think you will remember this. So I've been on SWAT for 4 or 5 months, and it's the weekend, and my wife and I are going to a comedy club, and you have to wait in line to get in, and the doors haven't opened yet. So my wife says, well, I'm going to go downstairs and shop until they open the doors. And I get in line, and there's this person wearing a flannel shirt and a ball cap in front of me. And she turns around, and it's Misty Van Kuren. And she's like, hey, how's SWAT going for you? And we're talking, and I'm saying, can I ask you a question? Like, what is with this person on the team? Or what's this guy like? Like, can I trust this person? And we're kind of going through things, and she's giving me a little bit, but not a whole lot. And she's like, you know what? You'll figure it out on your own. You're already figuring out who people are and how you fit in. And she's like, you got this. I can tell. And then she says to me, it's good you're on the team because they're going to need you because you'll make them better. Someday there's going to be something big that happens in Dallas, and you're going to be a big part of it. They're going to need you. And when she said that, I actually got creeped out. It was just the weirdest harbinger, and I didn't like it. It felt like such a heavy responsibility or expectation to live up to. And a couple months later, we had the June 2015 attack on police headquarters, and I didn't do much in it other than respond like every other SWAT guy. No big deal there. In fact, I maybe have not done my job as good as I should have, according to Kent Wolverton, by not showing up to headquarters. But nothing really happened there, and I kind of went, well, got through that big event in Dallas with not having to put myself out there like that. So I didn't think anything of it at the time. But then 1 year later, coming around to July 2016, her words just really ended up cutting into me.
July 7th, 2016. Tell us about how that day went for you.
I might need your help on this a little bit, Kent, even though you weren't there. Because if I start the story, I have to back up and tell everybody what 2016 was like, especially the officers who weren't even here back then. So I remember what kicked it all off. I was in Vegas. I was running Baker to Vegas, and I was going to go straight to Houston for a joint training with FBI. And Kent calls me and says, you're not going to Houston. As soon as you're done, get back to Dallas as soon as you can. SWAT is on a special assignment. We are working 4 p.m. to midnight with Sunday, Mondays off for this violent crime task force. So at the time, Chief Brown had decided to make a violent crime task force initiative where we had 4 hot spots in the city, and we were throwing all resources at it. So all the specialized units were getting put in patrol, mounted, even the helicopter unit, gang, SWAT, motors. They were looking to take 400 officers off their desk jobs in the bureaus. I mean, I'm sure these guys couldn't even find their soft vests, and they're probably cleaning coke and lint out of their pistols, but they were going to put them on the streets. And basically the whole department was going to come to a grinding halt, and we were going to just do nothing but patrol. And you can guess there was some backlash on that, and I think the DPA met with Brown a bunch of times over this, and a lot of the detectives didn't have to go out on the street, but all the specialized units did. For SWAT, what was interesting was none of us complained about the schedule change. That's not what mattered to us. What we cared about was we lost our training and that we lost our operations. We lost doing the SWAT job. If we had something like a hostage rescue in our city, we farmed it out to another SWAT team in the suburbs, and they came into Dallas. Absolutely crazy. All the warrants we were running, not just for our own divisions here in narcotics and everywhere else, but all the federal agencies we run for, FBI, DEA, ICE, or HSI, other surrounding suburbs that ended up having warrants in our city. The chiefs told them, no, SWAT can't do anything for you. They have to be in patrol. And so we went into work every night at 4 p.m. to midnight, no training, and then we get home late, maybe get to bed around 2 or 3, and then Groundhog Day all over again. And there were some incredible hostage rescues, I remember. I don't want to tie up too much time, but I'll give you an example of something. U.S. Marshals get in a shooting while executing a warrant at 6 a.m., and we get the call. And I get out to it. I'm putting all my gear on, and I start seeing chiefs pull up in the parking lot. I'm like, this is weird. At 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. We don't want you to be on this call out because we don't want you getting the overtime. You have to be in patrol at 4 p.m. tonight. Couldn't believe it. So we're packing up our stuff, and then they say, you know what? Leave your Bearcats here, and we'll have the sheriff's office do this operation, and they'll just give you your Bearcats when you're done.
That was, our lieutenant was out of town on that one, and there was a different lieutenant there, and he didn't want anything to do with anything going wrong. So the Marshals Task Force had somebody from DSO attached to it, and so that's kind of how that got passed around to them. It wasn't quite the, we don't want you guys here. It was, I don't want you here because I'm not wanting anything to go bad. This guy already shot at police officers. Granted, that's kind of what the whole SWAT team thing is about.
Comes with territory.
Going in and doing that stuff, but he was not a SWAT lieutenant. It was a different lieutenant that made that call, and that was a hard one to try to sell to the guys as they're.
Well, how about the HR with the boy?
That was.
So we argued to go on this hostage rescue because they didn't want us to. We were at Forest and Delia doing our patrol thing, and we argued to go, and we finally go. And the story is, guy gets drunk, shoots at his wife in the house. She has 3 kids. She grabs 2 of them. She leaves one in there, a boy that they both have. We get the call. We respond. The situation he's talking about, it's not good. He's texting with the wife. I immediately have a flashback of Martell. Stories that Misty has told. Stories I've heard Chris Webb, Scott McDonald, and Joe Guzman, and JT tell. I still remember being in the driveway behind a car in the dark with Scott McDonald, Jeremy Borchardt, and some others, and we were about to slap a charge on this door and go rescue this kid. The guy texts his wife and says, I'm not going to prison, I'm not going to be taken alive, and our son is coming with me. Which pretty much says we know what's going to happen. And all of a sudden we get told, hey, stand down for a second. I think we're going to pack up. And we're told, pack up the operation. We don't need to be here. And the call was, it's the biological father, so I don't think he would actually hurt his biological son. I don't know if we really need to be here. There was a screaming match in the street that night.
And the next day?
Yeah. I think I was the first one to speak in that debrief when that commander came in and said, I stand by my decision. There's nothing to talk about. We're done. No, we're not. I said something. I kicked that off. But that just gives you an idea of what SWAT was going through. We were pretty disgruntled. You look at the entire police department, and we had 1,000 officers leave that year. So we were already approaching like the 600-700 mark of officers leaving. What changed policing forever here? 2015, Ferguson. And so we're in the waves of this. with Ferguson, the police sentiment, anti-police. It's 2016. It's an election year. The Black Lives Matter movement is starting. So you fast forward to July, right? We're already not doing well as a police department with our morale. July 5th, we have the Baton Rouge shooting. Alton Sterling, I think, he selling bootleg DVDs.
Yeah,
they contact him.
The Philandro Castile happened around the same time.
Yeah, so July 5th, Baton Rouge, good shooting. He had a pistol in the waistband. They struggle with him on the ground. He goes for it. They end up shooting him. Good shooting. July 6th, we have like Forest Hills or Castle Pines or something near Minneapolis, which is Philandro Castile. And the big one on that is officer approaches the window, and I think the suspect, he says he saw the suspect had a gun and it looked like the suspect reached for it to pull it out. And so he backed up and shot. And the deal with that one was the woman in the seat next to Philandro Castile just Facebook Lived it, just narrated it instead. So already on July 6th, we're having protests. July 7th, that morning, there's already protests planned in Dallas. It's all over social media. We had been talking about we had needed to qual with our rifles. The command had said, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Well, now it's here. It really is. It's like we need to qualify with these rifles. So I think they allowed us, but did they say something like you're not allowed to get overtime? So we had to come in on our own time that morning, and we snuck in some training. We did a little bit of shooting, and we did a qual. So we had been up late that night. We get to the range at like 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning. That day it was like 103 degrees out. We stay out as long as we can at the range. It's been forever since we've been able to shoot, and we do our rifle qualifications. And the whole time we're out there, we're talking about this protest. Like, what's the deal with it? Are we going to have to work it? Are we getting called in? And we keep being told, no, just continue on as normal in patrol.
Do you remember every time we would leave in 2016, we'd had to go back to the station?
And someone would play Pantera.
Someone would play some just badass guitar riff over there.
Yeah, I know who it was finally.
I'm pretty sure we all know who it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
like
one of my favorite.
That was the going home thing. It was like, yeah, another crappy shift, but at least we're listening to Pantera on the radio.
That was one
Someone's
of my favorite
keying up the
memories.
police
Of that time.
mic. Yeah. I wanted to say something about the Dallas 5. We say this thing of never forget, and to me, never forget means that we also tell the truth about everything that happened during that moment. Because even if it means that we are admitting some mistakes and saying some things could have contributed to how that night went horribly wrong, we owe it to those guys to speak the truth, because they're not here to defend themselves and tell us why. So it's about 8:55 p.m. and we are in patrol. And how the command did this was backwards, but they took all the specialized units and they put them in patrol. So we had SWAT, K9, Gang, Metro. All these specialized units are in the East Dallas area of Central Division doing patrol and answering calls. And instead they took all the patrol officers from all the stations and they had them go downtown to work the protest. So right around 8:55 p.m., we have accumulated approximately 1,500 to 1,700 protesters. They assembled at the Belo Gardens downtown on Main Street. And I think they had told the command staff they did not plan on marching, but of course they did. So they are marching east through downtown, and they make a loop, and they end up turning back going west towards Belo Garden. And approximately 700 to 800 drop off at Belo Gardens and discontinue their protesting. The remainder of the people continue to march west, down towards into the West Market. So the protest is still going on. I'm sitting somewhere near Ross and Bennett. I just got done answering a call with a patrol officer where he had some kind of crazy accident where he had a car that had smashed through the bank and went airborne and was inside a bank, and more cars on the street. One was flipped and he had a huge disturbance. So I'd gotten done helping him deal with that, and I had gone back to this shady spot under a tree, and Brandon Barry and Ryan Scott were also sitting there. And I pulled up next to him, and right as I did, my phone rings, and it's my mother. And she is watching the national news 1,200 miles away and probably knows more than I do about the protest. So she's asking me questions. Hey, are you there at the protest working it? No. Why not? I can't really tell you. I'm not sure why we're not working it. Do you think anything bad's going to happen? So we're kind of going through all of this, and she's relaying what she's seeing on the TV. And we're in mid-conversation, and all of a sudden the tone goes off on the police radio, and I pull the phone away from my ear, and I listen. And there's silence for a second after the tone. And then the dispatcher comes on and says, I have shots fired at Market and Lamar. And I knew immediately that Market and Lamar is very close to where this protest is, and this was likely related. And then she comes back on and says, shots fired, officer down. And I immediately put the Tahoe in drive, and I jumped onto Ross Avenue, and I started heading into downtown from East Dallas area. And Brandon and Ryan Scott are right behind me, and they're following me as well. The maps say that to get from Ross and Bennett, where we were, into downtown where El Central College is about 4 to 4.5 minutes. We do it in about 2 minutes. So I am driving about 80 miles an hour down Ross Avenue. I'm going up on the sidewalks and going around other cars. I think I passed 2 other squad cars responding as well that were going lights and sirens. But we were just hauling ass into downtown. And the information wasn't very good. The radio instantly went chaotic. We were getting info that a suspect was running around loose in the street somewhere. I didn't even hear the information that he had a rifle. They were looking for him. They didn't know if he was in one of the buildings. They heard that maybe he was running around near the Greyhound bus station. And that's actually the last piece of information I got, really kind of detailing where he might be, was the Greyhound bus station. So that's where I was heading for. And so on the way, my mindset really is that some thug on the street in the protest snuck up behind an officer, pulled out a pistol, and shot him in the back, and then is all of a sudden running on the loose, trying to get away, and officers are chasing this guy and flooding the area to try and get him contained and captured. So that's my mindset going into this initially as I'm driving 80 miles an hour through downtown. And here's what happened and kicked this whole thing off. The protesters who continued to march, we really didn't have a plan for it at all. The plan was for patrol officers to show up, and they were specifically told by command staff to not have their plate carriers or heavy armor, which had rifle-rated protection, and not to bring their patrol rifles. And of course, that is because of the optics. So patrol is behind the curve in this. They don't have a traffic routing plan necessarily for these protesters who are marching. So now patrol is trying to do the best they can on this audible. They are sending officers to leapfrog the intersections and get these intersections blocked for the protesters as they're going through, because they're trying their best to provide protection and security for these protesters exercising their freedom of speech. So the protesters are walking west down Main Street, and at the same time, our suspect is 1 block north, driving his vehicle parallel to the protesters and basically following this march and keeping an eye on it. And at some point, our suspect turns down Lamar Street and parks in front of the El Central College. And witnesses say they see the suspect stop in front of the east entrance of El Central College. He gets out. He opens the back seat. He pulls out a rifle.
He puts on a plate carrier of armor over his clothes, shuts the doors, then comes up with the rifle and takes aim. And he takes aim at the intersection of Main and Lamar. And at Main and Lamar, we have a bunch of squad cars that have blocked this intersection to allow passage for the protesters. And specifically, we have Mike Kroll, Lauren Ahrens, Sergeant Gunther on the north side of the intersection with their back turned towards the suspect. On the other side of the intersection, on the south end, is Patrick Zamarripa as well as some others from the Southwest Division. And our suspect comes up with the rifle and takes aim at Mike Kroll first and fires one shot into Michael's back. And when it hits him, Michael lets out this cry that the life has left his body. And Lauren kind of spins around to look at him real quick, confused on what just happened and where that shot came from. And Lauren starts to turn around, realizing the shot came from further up north. And then the suspect starts unloading in that intersection. Patrick Zamarripa is hearing these shots and sees those guys go down and starts running across the intersection. And I don't even think he gets the pistol out of his holster before he is fatally shot as well and goes down in the intersection alongside them. So these shots initially go off. Officers are confused where this is all coming from. Some of them see the suspect, so they know where he's at. But this suspect has quickly taken dominance in this, catching everyone by surprise and overwhelming firepower, just laying down fire. So now we have absolute chaos with officers trying to figure out what is going on, protesters screaming and running everywhere. And on top of that, you have officers down in the street. So that just adds to the confusion and wondering what the next move is and where and what we should be doing. So very quickly, we have a multitude of squad cars starting to respond from in that 1 to 2 block radius of all the officers that have been working the protest, right? And of course, when you kick on the siren on the squad car and you jump out real quick, you don't turn the siren off. It gets left on. So we quickly have a tumultuous sound echoing all through downtown, added to the reverberating gunshots that are just pouring in through the streets and bouncing off the concrete and the glass buildings. So sound chaos instantly. There are some DART officers. DART is the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Police. They do the bus and the train transportation systems. There are a bunch of officers in this area as well. One of them is Brent Thompson. He's on the north side of El Centro, and he hears the gunshots, and he comes running around the corner. And Brent made a valiant attempt to put down this suspect. So Brent comes around armed with his pistol and starts engaging our suspect, who has a rifle and plate carrier armor. Brent is someone who took the fight right to that suspect, and this is the first officer we see do this. Brent, in the end, paid the ultimate sacrifice and lost his life right there in the gunfight. So now we have 4 officers down. Mike Kroll, Lauren Ahrens, Patrick Zamarripa, and now DART officer Brent Thompson. A couple blocks to the west, there are more patrol officers from southeast. One of them is a rookie who had been on about a year and a half named Henry Edwards. And side note, Henry Edwards is now in SWAT. But at the time, he was a rookie from southeast. So he and his partner, Duluth, hear the shots, and they jump in the squad car and start heading towards the intersection where they came from. And the order for patrol was no rifles, no heavy armor. Henry is the one officer out there who disregarded and actually brought his patrol rifle. So he actually grabs the patrol rifle, jumps in the driver's seat, and he's got this rifle pointed out the window while he's responding and driving down. At some point, they stop short of the intersection, and they get out, pushing towards that intersection, trying to sort through all this confusion on what is going on. They get to that intersection, and they see the officers down. And I believe DeLuff was a combat medic in the Army. So his initial response is to go for the officers down in the street. Henry snaps the corner around the El Central building, and he says he sees the suspect standing over the body of Brent Thompson. And safety comes off on the rifle. Rifle comes up, and Henry starts squeezing off rounds. About the same time, the suspect realizes Henry's got aim on him and turns around, and now they're in a gunfight. And this is a very, very critical moment in all of this. Henry ends up putting rounds on our bad guy. We know this because the bad guy's rifle was shot in the magazine of the rifle, and it caused a malfunction. And that put this bad guy back on his heels. It is also likely the point in time in which the bad guy was actually struck either by frag or by a direct hit in the arm or the shoulder and started bleeding. So now our suspect is actually knocked back on his heels and is a little bit more in a defensive mode. And he actually runs north around the corner of El Central and disappears. Joe Lopez is an officer in the Metro unit. And another side note, Joe Lopez is now in SWAT. But at the time he was in Metro, him and his team end up responding very quickly as well. They end up driving in front of the El Central building and seeing the officer down, so they jump out and go for Brent Thompson, not knowing who he was and that he was a DART officer. So they jump out and they go to start doing trauma care, and Joe says he quickly realizes that there is no helping Brent, and he's trying to get his team to kind of realize this, but they are still stuck in the mode of trying to get Brent into a squad car and get him to the hospital. At the same time, Henry Edwards has a group of officers, and they are now pushing up the side of El Central College to where they last saw the suspect, and at some point I think Joe jumps in with this group of officers as well. So enter the three SWAT guys, myself, Brandon, and Ryan. Now my idea was coming in hot that I didn't want to put us on the X. And the last location we had kind of heard that the suspect might be was the Greyhound bus station. So my plan was to stop about a block or two short. And when I came up onto El Central, there was actually a pile of squad cars with the lights and sirens going. So there's really going to be no way to even get through that. So I pulled over right on the north side, specifically the northeast corner across the street from El Central College, and jump out and run to the back of the Tahoe to grab my rifle. And I'm getting my rifle out, and all of a sudden I just see Ryan Scott just streak right past me, already with his plate carrier and his rifle and his radio and everything ready to go. And I thought, shit, Ryan Scott's going to beat me to this, catching this guy. And I, just the ego thing, I don't want Ryan to beat me there. I wanted to be the first eyes on this guy. So I quickly just shut the Tahoe and I took off running behind Ryan, and then Brandon coming up as well, also with his plate carrier and rifle. I went running up with these guys through this parking lot, heading towards the college. We jumped this little fence into the parking lot, and kind of first spooky moment of the night, there are all these officers behind cars taking cover. And it wasn't that they were taking cover in a strategic or tactical way. It was more like taking cover because they were trying to hide and had no idea what was going on. And one of those officers had turned around and looked back and saw us running for them and looked me in the face and said, "Help us." And I found that so creepy that officers would say such a thing. That I thought, what, help you? Like, come on, let's go. Like, let's solve this problem. What is going on that these officers are just with their heads down behind these vehicles? So I have a bunch of officers shouting at me, and I'm behind one of these vehicles with them, and they're trying to point out what they thought they saw. They thought they saw the suspect bending down right across the street. He might look like this. There's sirens screaming everywhere. I can barely hear these guys. And out of the corner of my eye, I see Ryan Scott just take off and bolt across the parking lot and start to run across the street, right in the open. And I didn't know what Ryan was doing, but this is kind of typical for Ryan sometimes, to just charge ahead. And I yelled at him for 1 second and realized he wasn't going to hear me, and so I take off running to catch up with him. And Brandon does the same. So the three of us are running across the street, right out in the open, and we get across the street and realize there is a kind of a recessed entrance or annex into the college on that north side, and the glass doors are shot out. And what I didn't know was the officers had pointed out to Ryan that they believed he had run inside the college, and I guess one officer had said they had seen him go inside the college, and so Ryan, of course, took off for it. So here we are in front of the doors that are blown out. I run up and I tell Ryan, hold on a second, let me get the doors for you. All we can see is just black. Even though the doors are shot out, we can just see black inside. So I pull the doors, we go running in, and my first thought when I run in is, holy shit, where do we even start looking for this guy? We run in, and there's just a very large open lobby that's about 3 stories high. To the left, there is another lobby with elevator banks, and to our right, there is a bookstore. And there are people running out of the bookstore screaming and crying. There are people we hear yelling further across the lobby. And at this point, I'm starting to hear officers over by the elevator banks, so they had come in through the entrance where Brent Thompson was shot and killed. I had to pause because this guy, with however much time he had ahead of us, could be anywhere in this college at this point. There was a El Central campus officer standing in front of this stairwell door. And so I immediately grabbed him and I pointed to this desk. It ended up being an information desk in the center, and I thought maybe it was security. So I grabbed him and said, hey, get on those computers or get on the cameras and try and see if you can spot this guy on the security cameras. And he was frozen. And he just says to me, he's in there. And he points at the stairwell door. And I asked, did you see him? And he said, he's in there, and points again. So I knew this officer had really seen the suspect. He's just a little shook up. At that moment, Brandon points out, hey, we have drops of blood on the floor right here going into this stairwell. And I said, okay, hold on a second. Let me go grab Ryan and make sure the three of us are together and we'll attack this next problem. So I go off to get Ryan because he's already taken charge of a bunch of patrol officers, and they are starting to already clear this first floor very fast. At the same time, as we had run into the college, Henry Edwards and Joe Lopez had turned the corner, and they had seen us run across the street and into the college. Along the way, Henry had seen this rifle magazine on the sidewalk outside the college and had bent down and grabbed it and looked at the rounds. And Henry Edwards is an AK enthusiast. He's really big into AK rifles. So he recognizes the ammo inside this magazine and recognizes it as being an AK rifle magazine. And the ammunition is .545, which is a little bit unique. And I don't know if he pockets the magazine or what, but he had picked up this rifle magazine and he had inspected it quickly while they were pushing down the sidewalk. And he tells me later, he says, I didn't really know anyone out there. He said, but I saw you running into the college and I figured, okay, I'm going to go with him. And Joe Lopez kind of says the same thing. He says, I saw you and I knew you and I saw you running into the college. So I'm like, okay, we're doing this. So Henry Edwards and Joe Lopez end up running into the college through that same entrance. Also, there was an officer, a rookie officer from North Central named Chris Davis, who later tells me he had run up to that entrance with a bunch of police officers as well.
And there was a lieutenant out there who told him, hold on, don't go in the college. This is going to be a SWAT deal. Everyone just stay outside. And Chris is like, screw that. No, I'm going to go in. And so Chris ran in and left that group of officers he was with. So I grab Ryan in the first floor of the college and I tell him, hey, come back to where Brandon is. We got something. We're going to go off of this. So I bring Ryan back. And when I do, Henry Edwards, Joe Lopez, Chris Davis, and Lieutenant Rick Rivas are running in, and they're kind of locking in on the 3 SWAT guys. And Henry Edwards comes running up excitedly and says, hey, I think I shot him, and he's carrying an AK-74 rifle. Now, I had met Henry Edwards when he was in the academy, and I had not seen him since. And all of a sudden, this kid runs up and says, hey, I think I shot him, and he has an AK-74 rifle. And so I knew he really did see this guy, and he likely did shoot him. And the other thing that caught me was he said he has an AK-74 rifle. He didn't say AK-47, he said AK-74. And I knew that meant he really did see this guy, and somehow he really saw this rifle to know it's AK-74. Didn't have time to ask why or deal with any of that. It was just, I put my hand on him and said, okay, you're coming with us. Joe Lopez had run in with him and was asking me, hey, what do we got going on? What are we doing? And I said, just hold on, stand by. We're trying to figure this out. Lieutenant Rick Rivas kind of came in and said, you guys, what do you need? What are we doing? Once again, it was just like, hold on a second. Ryan was trying to get on the radio, Sierra 818, we are inside. We are going to push into the stairwell. Radio was total crap. In all these incidents, communications always just break down. And there's just mass chaos on the radio as well. We had 3 different radio channels going on and working, and all of them were just flooded. So we still had officers outside saying, we think he's in this parking garage. We think he might be up here in this building. We think there might be multiple shooters. Screaming on the radio, sirens on the radio. At some point I get on and I just say, break, as in, let me have the radio. We have information, and couldn't get on. So tried it for several seconds and then just realized, hey, we don't have time to mess with this. We're going. So I push the stairwell door open, and Brandon leads the way, and we start working the stairs. And when we get in the stairwell, the first noticeable thing is there's blood on the floor for an obvious blood trail, but there's also large smears on the wall at each landing. And so I'm interpreting this as, okay, our suspect is shot and he's bleeding out and he's leaning against the walls, so he's getting weak. He's maybe going to lose consciousness pretty soon. He's going to slow down. We're going to catch up with this guy. So we keep going up flights of stairs and turning on these landings, and every time we do, there's these big blood smears on the wall about shoulder height. We even get to one point on one of the landings, and there is blood all over the guardrail. And I'm thinking he is leaning over the guardrail at some point because he's about to lose consciousness. I was totally wrong. What he had been doing was he had been stopping on every landing and leaning against the wall to brace himself, to look back and cover his retreat. And when he had leaned over the guardrail, he had done it to look down the stairwell, and that El Centro campus police officer had run into the stairwell to pursue him, and he had ambushed him from the top and fired some rounds at the campus officer. The campus officer had pulled back out of the stairwell and was just holding it, and then that's when we had run in and found that officer. So that is what had taken place in that stairwell. We do a bunch of flights of stairs and a bunch of landings, and we end up on what is designated as the second floor, which is still, it was actually pretty high. And there's blood on the door handle to this second floor door. So, hey, pretty good clue. So we take a pause here and kind of let some of the guys catch up. Brandon's eagle eye is looking through a window pane in the door into the second floor, and he spots
a nickel size blood spot on the wall about 30 feet away in a hallway. So we also have a pretty good idea that this guy did get it on this floor and which hallway he took. So Brandon's relaying this, and I take this time to turn around to the guys and look at everyone, and I say, here's the deal. The only way we're going to get this guy is if we can have silence and catch him by surprise. I said, turn your radios off because we don't need them. They're making too much noise. We're not going to end up using them to call anyone for help because we are the ones who are going to get this guy. And I kind of looked at everyone in the eye to make sure they understood what we are doing. Like, we are going to open this door, we're going to punch out onto this floor, and we're working in silence from here on out, and we are hunting. And you could kind of see like the slight nod, and the hands are going back to turn that radio knob off. And we opened the door to the second floor and pushed onto it. And in the second creepy moment of the night, we push onto the second floor, and it is eerily quiet on this floor. Like, I couldn't even hear the sirens on the street. All that mass chaos, couldn't even hear it. You could actually just hear almost the buzz and the hum of the AC units. But it was library quiet on this second floor. So we pushed to this hallway that Brandon had spotted the blood, and we look down it and we see that it starts to end up turning into a maze of hallways with lots of closed doors, lots of offices or classrooms, we're unsure. And so Ryan has the idea that he's going to take a group of the guys on this other outside hallway that kind of goes along the south side of the college in an attempt to flank our suspect and maybe flush him out. So he's going to go that way, and we'll keep some of the guys in this hallway where we saw the blood as kind of the anvil. Maybe do a hammer and anvil on this guy and get him flushed out. Well, when Ryan starts pushing around the corner with a couple of the guys, he encounters some students. And I had left Lieutenant Rick Rivas at that spot, and I actually took off with Ryan once he had this encounter with the students, and I was grabbing him and debriefing them. And they were besides themselves. They were crying, and I'm whispering to them like, "Where is this guy? What does he look like? What is he wearing? Where did you last see him?" And they can't get anything out. And right then, we hear deeper inside the college on that second floor, rifle fire. And the whole group of guys just instantly launches down the hallway. Just this surge of going towards that gunfire. I take the students and I point them back to the lieutenant and I say, get down the stairs and we're going. We are moving down this hallway. Trying to still keep it quiet. And as we're going down the hallway, we are passing a lot of classroom doors. And the classroom doors also had these large window, those glass full-length panes next to the doors, so you can see into the classroom. And we're trying to check off on these as well as we're moving down, but we're pretty sure we heard the shots much deeper in the college. But as I'm looking through these glass windows as we're moving down the hallway, I'm seeing the classrooms, and in the back of the classrooms, each of them has a door. So this suspect could end up wrapping around and coming back behind us. This whole second floor was kind of a maze. We get halfway down this long hallway, and we hear a second set of shots. And so we know we are on track. And I'll have to say that when we were hearing those shots, we thought this guy was killing students. We thought he was shooting students inside the college. And it's about 9 o'clock at night, but there were still classes going on. I mean, we still had students and teachers in the bookstore and coming out of some of these classrooms. They were doing study groups. But what we know now is on the second floor, the first set of shots was our suspect shooting out some windows on the north side of the college. And then the second set of shots was him taking aim at Sergeant Mike Smith and hitting Mike Smith. And Melvin Williams tells me that
he is running across that same parking lot we had just a minute or two earlier, and he's wearing all of his SWAT gear, and he's trying to get through the fence, and his gear gets snagged. So now he's frantically and violently trying to get this gear from being caught in the fence, and he says the shooting is starting, and Mike Smith had just gotten out of his squad car, and he said Mike Smith is like 15 yards away from him, and he sees Mike Smith go down in the street. Like he hears that unique sound of the radio hit the pavement and sees Mike Smith go down. And when that happens, he says there is a group of people right on the sidewalk in front of Mike Smith, in front of this barber shop that's next to that 7-Eleven that everyone knows right there across the street. And when Mike Smith goes down, the group of people start cheering. So the guys in the hallway, we are coming up to this kind of odd intersection where the hallway takes a jog. And there's also another stairwell door here with a glass pane, but we can't see through it. It's dark. So there is a concern that maybe this guy is hiding in that stairwell watching us. And at the same time, I all of a sudden smell this very strange smell. And I had smelled it earlier in the stairwell, but I had put it out of my mind because, we're focusing on something else. But that smell came back, and I didn't know how to describe it other than it smelled primal, and it smelled like death. And I'd smelled it when we were working the stairwell. And now that we are getting close to this strange jog in the hallway, in this intersection, the smell came back really strong. And it made the hair on the back of my neck go up, and it was enough that I start grabbing the guys like, whoa, 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 like slow it down. We are close. Something's about to happen. And so the guys kind of start slowing down, and we start taking pieces of all these different angles. Ryan's getting this new hallway that starts to jog around. Brandon's getting the stairwell door. And I snap the corner to the right where there is a threshold, and it leads into another hallway that goes further down. And when I do, I see this flash of like the top of a head with hair just kind of disappear from sight. It was a flash of it, and it disappears kind of on the left side of this hallway I'm looking down. I think I normally would have missed it any other time. It was so fast. It almost made me question, did I really just see that? And I freeze in place. And the guys are reading the body language, and everyone freezes. And so I'm standing in the hallway. I got my face pressed against the wall so I can see as much down this hallway as I can. And the rifle's at the ready. And the guys are just waiting. And I'm waiting for anything. I'm listening. I'm smelling. I'm looking. And all of a sudden, I see our suspect in a flash kind of leap across the hallway and into around the corner what appears to be another hallway and disappear from sight. It was so fast there was no way to even get the gun up and process and then take a shot. I just see a flash of him. But when I do, I see our suspect wearing a plate carrier, carrying an AK rifle. He has cargo pants that the side pockets are bulging full, and he's bleeding from the shoulder, his left shoulder. And I see this guy, and my first thought is, wow, what an opportunity. This is what SWAT is for. I mean, this is really what we're made to do. And all I get out to the team to let them know that I had eyes on him was I just whispered, plate carrier. And that was the minimal amount of communication needed to communicate to the guys that, one, I saw him, and two, shoot for the head because he's wearing a plate carrier, and three, this is the level of mindset or commitment by our suspect. So our suspect had just disappeared around that corner, and I'm waiting. I'm wondering, did he see us? or did he hear us? And the guys are wondering, if I said plate carrier, why am I not shooting this guy? What's going on? And I think Ryan even whispered, shoot him. And I don't see him. And this suspect had disappeared around was about 40 to 50 feet down the hallway from me. And all of a sudden I hear, Black Power, motherfuckers. And I thought, is he talking to us or is he talking to some students or people down there? And then all of a sudden I hear, Black Power, Black Liberation. And just then, the suspect pops out from around the corner. And he has changed his profile. He's now in a low crouch. And he has taken the angle off that corner of the wall a minimal amount to where all I see is a slice of the top of the head and the barrel of his rifle pointed right at me. And it's on. I come up and we both start firing at each other at the same time. I get maybe 5 or 6 rounds, and I'm placing them into the corner of the wall where I believe his head is, based on the muzzle and what little bit I'm seeing. And he instantly has a beat on me. He ends up getting rounds right on me. I nearly took a close shave, and the wall starts exploding right in my face. So when this happens, we kind of both get our rounds off at each other, and I end up flinching off the wall and kind of ducking off of it. And when I do, Ryan Scott thinks that I've been hit. So Ryan all of a sudden takes a step up into the corner of that hallway and starts laying down fire on this guy as well. Brandon jumps in there as well and kind of gets to the side of Ryan. And suspect and Ryan are both firing back at each other. This is a crazy gunfight going off inside a college. And very quickly, gun smoke, sheetrock dust, glass start flying everywhere. And I feel like Ryan and Brandon are hanging out there a little too long, but they don't seem to be concerned as they're firing away. So I'm letting them do their thing. But at some point, I see rounds ricocheting off the wall right next to Ryan's head, and it's like, you're done. All right. And I grab Ryan and I kind of pull him back like, hey, weird, too much on this X right now and exposed. And the fire alarms kick off right then as well. So now we have this, we have more chaos added to everything. And the hallway has quickly filled up with smoke to where we can't even see down this hallway at this point. The suspect starts indiscriminately firing in our direction, just pouring on rounds. And we're holding fast to our position in order to try and keep this guy pinned and contained while taking all of these rounds. And the rounds are coming through the walls. There was a glass window next to us that was just blown. Rounds are coming through the sheetrock and flying everywhere. At some point, the shooting actually stops. And several minutes into it, we get this lull. And at that point, Ryan and I think that perhaps the suspect is leaving his position and going back the way he came. So Ryan and I haul ass all the way back down the hallway, back to where we first had that blood spot on the wall, and the lieutenant is still there with his pistol, and he had been listening to this crazy gunfight in the college, and his eyes are very, very wide, and I felt horrible doing this, but I came back to him and I said, hey, look, obviously we found our suspect, and I'm really sorry about this, but I need you to stay here and hold this because we think he might be coming back this way. And Ryan and I are going to start trying to work through some of these other hallways and see if we can't work our way to him and cut him off. And right as I'm telling the lieutenant this, that stairwell door we had come up opens up and SWAT guys are coming in on the floor. And Ryan ends up grabbing, I think, Matt Smith and Rogers Williams, and they start pushing through this library to try and find a different way to where a suspect might be and cut him off. And Matt Baines ends up coming with me. So one of the questions I asked Matt Baines right off the bat was, do you have your bonded rounds on you? We carry 2 different types of rifle rounds. One is a ballistic tip and the other one's a bonded. And
what the bonded does is it stays together better through shooting through mediums or materials. And I wanted someone with some bonded rounds because I had a good feeling that the rounds I was placing through the sheetrock wall were not being effective because I should have put this guy down. So there was some kind of issue with the rounds going through that sheetrock or that corner of that wall. And Matt said he did, so he runs around back to where we left Brandon and Joe and Chris Davis and Henry's there. And I just tell Matt, like, last we saw, this suspect is right there. He should be right there. And Brandon's like, yeah, we're still getting some gunfire from him. Yeah, he is still right there. So Matt loads his bonded rounds into the rifle, but he charges the rifle and shoots that round in the chamber out, which wasn't necessarily needed. But when he does that, the suspect hears that and starts firing back immediately, and then later makes some comment like, woo, I love that sound. I know what that is. Let's get it on. So now we're getting some dialogue from this suspect as well. More rounds. We are taking more and more rounds, and the problem is we cannot see exactly where this suspect is. We just know he's on that corner, and he's putting the rifle around the corner and shooting at us now. And I wasn't sure if that corner was a classroom, if it was another hallway. Being accountable for every round, we did not feel good just placing rounds through the wall necessarily, not knowing if there were students or other people on the other side of those walls. So at this point, we're not necessarily sending any more rounds down that way. When Matt started taking fire directly, though, he directly returned fire back on that suspect. And this kind of goes back and forth for some more minutes. And my phone, my work phone, not the phone I had thrown in the floorboard, at that point, all of a sudden goes off with the call out. So we were about 8 minutes into this, and that's when the official call out for SWAT goes out. And the call out actually says, go to headquarters and rally there, and then we'll go to El Centro and figure out this problem. The time it took from the first shots on the street and that going on the radio to us driving there, running into the college, going up the stairs, finding this guy and putting the first rounds on him on the second floor of the college was about 6 to 7 minutes. I mean, it was a very fast response time coming from a sector of Central Patrol and not being at the protest. So here we are in this standoff with this suspect in the hallway, and we are continually eating the rounds. This guy fired over 100 rounds at us. We heard him do several mag changes, and meanwhile we were just holding our position to make sure we can keep this containment on him and not let him loose in the college. But we really have no other means of defending ourselves or returning fire. And at some point, I'm realizing we're no good if we're dead. And so I make the decision to pull the guys into the stairwell to the left of us and off the line of fire. But in doing so, we are going to lose sight down this hallway of this guy. So we're giving up this possibility that he may jump back across the hallway or disappear from where he came from, and he'll be on the loose and we won't see it. The other thing that we're dealing with is he could actually charge down the hallway towards us, and we wouldn't know he's on top of us until he pops out in that threshold or the doorway or opening of the hallway. But this is a chance we're going to have to take. So I pull the guys back to the stairwell, and that ends up kind of becoming our base for the remainder of the night. Brandon leaves to go get the rest of the SWAT guys and coordinate them. And narcotics is coming in. Officers have been pouring into this college already. Other floors are getting searched to make sure all the students and faculty are secured and we don't have other suspects. And then we start this whole process of this being a SWAT operation. And at this point, everything kind of slows down. And the shooting actually starts to stop. And that was really due to Joe Lopez and Matt Baines talking to this suspect, which I'm not a negotiator, so I didn't really care to talk to this guy, and I didn't think it'd work. But Matt Baines, who is probably the one guy who probably didn't need to talk to another suspect who is black and hates white police officers, Matt leans his head out in the hallway and says, "Say, man, what's your name?" Which I thought sounded dumb at the time, but it worked. It got the suspect responding to us, and him and Joe initially started doing the talking with him, and that got the suspect to stop shooting for a little bit. We ended up getting Larry Gordon as the primary negotiator up in the hallway with us, and Larry starts the negotiations about 40 minutes into this. And there was no need for a cell phone or speakers or radios or anything. They would just talk back and forth. That's how close we were to this suspect. It was just 50 feet away from us and around the corner. And, guys would come up and whisper to me, like, where's this guy at? And I would point, and it was hard to explain. I'm like, but he's right there, like literally right there. I know you can't see him, but he is right there. And then the suspect would talk, and they'd realize, wow, like that's how close this guy is. And that's how close we were when we were taking all those rounds. It was by the grace of God that none of us were hit, other than Henry Edwards. Henry, at one point, when we were taking all this rifle fire, actually had a round hit him in the shoulder, and it bounced off. And he yells back at me, "The rounds are coming through the walls." It's like, yeah, no shit, Henry. I know that. But I think I traced that exact round, and the suspect was firing steel core penetrator, and one of these rounds went through some sheetrock, then it went through a steel structural I-beam out of the sheetrock into another sheetrock wall, through a door, and then through another sheetrock, and then hit Henry in the shoulder. And so it had lost enough velocity at that point that it didn't do anything to him. But that's the ballistics of what this guy was shooting at us and how powerful he was penetrating through those walls. I have to give a shout out to the Southeast Patrol guys. So somehow Southeast Patrol guys found a way to me in that stairwell. And before we had gotten a lot of SWAT guys, we had patrol guys in the stairwell, and they formed this human assembly line, essentially, that went all the way down the stairs. So if I needed anything, I would ask for it, and they would try and do their best. And one of the guys that night was Ross. He asked me, what do I need? And I was like, you know what? If I could just have my helmet and my vest, I'd be good. And so I pulled back in the stairwell, and I got a pen out, and I drew a map of where my Tahoe was parked, and then I drew the combination to the locks on my boxes, and was like, hey man, if you can just get my vest and my helmet. And about 15 minutes later, he returns with my vest, my helmet, my breaching shotgun, my 40 millimeter launcher, my gas bag. I sent an email to him several days later, thanking him for all that. But that was the mindset of Southeast Patrol was, hey, we're here for you. We want to be a part of this. What do you need? And it was great to have those guys there. And Jeremiah Torres tells me that, when this kicked off, he's in Abilene, and he's texting and calling all the guys, all the old friends from Southeast. And some of them are out there in the streets, and they're giving him updates. And, Jeremiah's asking, who was shot and what's going on, and do you have the suspect? And at some point, Jeremiah says he gets an update from some of the Southeast guys, and they're like, yeah, we got the suspect cornered on the second floor. Canete's got him. And Jeremiah says, he just broke down hearing that at that point. He said, I just had a weird feeling it'd be you up there with him. Another thing the patrol guys did was
They kept me updated on everything. So about 3 hours into the night, 2 or 3 hours, I only knew of the dart officer being shot because Joe had told me. I'd seen some blood on Joe's hands, and I'd asked him if he was okay, and he said, yeah, it was from messing with the dart officer. So that's all I knew at that time, was still that was just a dart officer shot. But patrol guys start kind of feeding me information, and at some point, they tell me that Lauren Aarons has been shot, and he's in surgery at the hospital. And that just hit my reality in a different way, because Lauren, it's kind of like when Norman Smith got shot. Lauren was larger than life, just a great street cop. And for him to be taken down just seemed like, wow, there's something to this suspect that he was able to do that. And in all the other shootings I've been in several before this, you're in a shooting and it happens fast. It's all of a sudden guns are pulled out. There's quick processing and decision making. The rounds go off, and hopefully in the end, you're the one who wins and the bad guy doesn't. And so you go home, and then you're dealing with all the aftermath pretty quickly. It's gunfight happens in several seconds, and then you're working on coming down. This shooting was so different because I never came down. I was up the whole time because our problem had not gotten solved yet. And this suspect had been continually talking about charging down the hallway from one last shootout. And I was just at the ready the entire time, waiting for this to happen, after already being in this short gunfight and going into taking lots of rounds for minutes on end. And so, being up in this college for already 3 hours, it's a lot of time to think. And it's a lot of time to be sitting there in this precarious moment of life where things are on this balanced edge and can fall either way. Something officers are taught, all officers are taught from the beginning of the academy and all through training, and we speak to it constantly, is that you go home every night. Bad guys don't win, you win. If you get hurt, if you get shot, you keep fighting, but you go home. You never give up. And something I realized about this suspect was that this guy was prepared to go all the way. He was committed to his cause. And that included he was willing to take it to death. And I think when I heard that Lauren had been shot, that changed my mindset to where I realized I need to die tonight. I realized I'm probably going to have to die tonight. I'm going to need to do that to meet this suspect at the level he is at, so I can make sure he is not getting away. He is not going to be able to continue this and shoot more officers. But in order to be better than him, I at least have to meet him at the level he's at, which is he is committed to losing his life for this cause, and I need to be committed to the same. And I didn't make that choice from a place of fear at all. It wasn't that I had resolved myself to, well, this might be the end. It was that I was resolved in so much in a way that I knew this might be the mission tonight. And then that is the mindset I kept the rest of the night for the next 2 or 3 hours. And that is a very special place to be in your mind for that long. It's about midnight, and Larry's been doing several hours of negotiating with this guy, and there really wasn't any negotiating. We were just hearing a lot of rhetoric from him, a lot of hate. And he's very clear. His mission was, I'm a black man. I'm here for black liberation. Abidi Mahoya. I'm here to raise the ancestors. I'm here to kill white cops. He was very clear on that. And that was a lot to listen to for hours on end, hearing him shout this. I thought this guy would eventually bleed out and come down, and it was incredible. He never came down. He never started losing consciousness. He was lucid the entire time. At some point I heard him, I heard some kind of crinkling of packaging, and I voiced some concern about if this guy had a device, a bomb that he might clack off. And so I had Larry ask him about it, and he even said, he was like, well, yeah, you're going to know when they go off. I don't need to tell you. But what he was opening bars or food. He was eating. So he had stuffed his pockets with food. He had water. He had tourniqueted himself up. So when he was out in the street and had gotten shot by Henry, he had turned the corner, taken his jacket off, assessed his wounds, and put a tourniquet on him. And what we know from later is the rounds I had been shooting through the corner of the wall had just fragmented too much, but it had peppered up his arm, his shoulder, and some in his neck. And so he had been taking that spalling from when he was in that crouch position. Also his rifle, his plate carrier, his rifle plates for his armor had gotten chewed up pretty good. So some of the other guys had probably gotten rounds into his chest on that rifle armor. But regardless of his status, he remained strong through the whole night. It was quite something to hear this for this many hours and realize this guy was so committed. Around midnight, I think, the plan for the robot with the bomb was approved. And I won't get into too many details of what went on that end. So those guys were further down the hallway, kind of at the other end near the library, dealing with the command and other resources that had come up with ATF and FBI. There a lot of stuff going on the side, obviously. And I only really knew what was going on with us in our little cell trying to hold containment on this guy. I was confused the whole night why he chose to stay on that corner of that hallway. And we find out later that what had happened was when he had shot out the windows on the second floor and shot Mike Smith, one of the SWAT APCs had turned the corner and seen Mike Smith go down, and they were going for him to rescue him. And our bad guy sees the SWAT truck turn onto the street and realizes, SWAT guys are here quicker than I thought. So he bails out of the window and is running back, probably looking for a way to hide or retreat. And when he does, he sees a flash of us in the hallway. So likely he and I both saw each other at the same time, and we both indexed each other, and it was just a flash of it. He probably saw a flash of blue. I saw the flash of that head. And that's what kicked off this whole thing. So we caught him by surprise. He had no idea we were already in the building. And at some point, when we were in the gunfight, he even kind of yelled out and hollered like, woo! He's like, yeah, this must be SWAT. These ain't them regular boys. I can tell how they're shooting at me. When he had jumped across the hallway and disappeared around that corner, what he had done is he had jumped into a little alcove that it was like an indentation in the wall, and it had like a fire extinguisher or a fire alarm pole and just like this cutout for a fire hose and a fire extinguisher. So he was trapped. He was trapped. And that whole night I had wondered why he had decided to stay on that corner and not give it up. And it was because he had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, the other guys have been working through the library and other areas trying to figure out how they can get to him. And they can hear him. They can hear him yelling and talking through the walls. It was just a maze to figure out. And we didn't have a floor plan. El Centro wasn't able to provide us one. They didn't have anything on file with code or fire. So we were probing and working as best as we could throughout the night. And there was a lot of talk of options on what we needed to do. It's very clear that deadly force is authorized. We know that, but it's a matter of how can we do such a thing in this college. So there's a lot of ideas thrown out, and there's a lot of discussion within our small group up in that hallway. Matt Baines stayed up there with me the whole night, and we had additional guys from the 830s squad and SWAT. So I had Jerry Wante and Marshall Milligan. I'll get this on record. As for the idea of the bomb on the robot, there's been a lot of people, well, maybe not a lot, but there's been numerous people who have said that it was their idea. It even got written in some books, maybe, by some people who wrote their book and said, this was their idea. And I can't vouch for the conversations, or I can't speak to the conversations that were happening elsewhere in the building and what was going on. But from my perspective, I can say that the first time I heard someone come up with that idea was when Marshall Milligan, standing next to me, said in his usual Milligan way of, I don't understand why we just don't put a charge on this robot and drive it down there and blow his ass up. And I remember Jerry going, you know what? That's a really good idea. Let me call Seibel. And so Jerry gets on the phone and starts calling Sergeant Seibel to say, hey, what about this idea? And so that was around midnight, and that starts working through, and it gets approved. There's some things to deal with and some politics and everything else with doing that, so it was delayed almost 2 hours. But around 2 a.m., Jeremy Borchardt and Mark Michaels build this charge and slap it on the robot. And there's a little story to that whole deal too, which is pretty colorful, but we'll just suffice it to say that they get this robot rigged up and they drive this robot down the hallway. At some point in the night, I had re-engaged on that corner where I initially saw the suspect after we got ballistic shields up there and I had some cover I could be behind. So I'm up there with Matt Baines and a couple of the 30s, and this robot comes driving down the hallway, and we pull off the corner, step back into the stairwell, and shut the door. And the rest is history. Jeremy drives the robot down there. Both him and Mark Michaels clack it off. What a satisfying sound to such a tragic, messed up night. But to feel the reverberation of that charge go off in that college and the vibrations go through the walls, signaling that it's done. Like, we're done with this. I go look at the body of the suspect because I wanted to put a face to all the rhetoric I'd heard that night. All the hate. 5 hours of listening to this guy talk about how much he hated white cops. Took a look at him, walked downstairs, went to go out the college and get in my Tahoe and grab my phone. And when I did, I went back through that stairwell we had gone up, and I remembered the smell. And what I realized now, it took weeks to figure this out, but what I realized, the smell I was smelling was his blood. I was smelling his blood on the walls, and then when we got to that intersection in the hallway, I was smelling his blood. Talk about some primal senses in such a extreme moment. That was me grabbing every bit of information I could at just like the sharpest edge of trying to take in that information to make the best decision possible of where to go and what speed we should be running down the hallway and when we should slow down and when we should be stopping and listening. It was something to realize that kicks in that way. But I get out onto the street, and there are still hundreds of people outside, protesters outside, and the officers have El Centro, contained off. And I find the first officer I can see in the street, and I don't know who this is. And I go up to him and I ask, who all got shot? And I only knew about Lauren and the DART officer. And this guy says, well, I don't know who all got shot, but I know who we lost. He said, we lost 5. I'm like, wow, okay. He says, the first one is Lauren Aarons. And I just took that information and just housed it because I already knew Lauren had been shot. And I was trying not to think about the connections I had with friends and everyone else and what that meant. And then he says, Mike Kroll. And I remember kind of filling one of those in the chest because I knew Mike from Southeast. We worked in patrol. And then he says, Patrick Zamarippa. And I knew Patrick from Southeast. He'd kind of come and hang out with us and ask questions when we were at CRT. Nice kid. I'm thinking, man, it's so weird that, when has this ever happened that not just one, not two, but 3 officers are killed? And he says Brent Thompson, yeah, and he says Sergeant Mike Smith, and I don't know Mike Smith. And I'm sitting there absolutely stunned. And I look over right where that barber shop was that Melvin talked about, and there's still a crowd of people there. And they're cheering. And they're not cheering for me walking out of the college. They're cheering for the death of my friends. And I just remember in that moment feeling like everything we had gone through that night to make a difference, like no matter how hard we had tried, us in that hallway and me just putting like every ounce of energy and focus into doing that job and walking out thinking like, well, maybe we did a good job, just took all of that away. And I was just so exhausted. I didn't even have the energy to hate. I just stood there stunned looking at these people thinking, really, what the hell is going on? The attorneys come, we do our walkthrough thing. I'm told to go to headquarters. I'm driving to headquarters and I'm having to navigate all these barricades around downtown and figure out a way to get to headquarters. I get to headquarters. I go up in the hallway. There's a hallway of officers. They're disheveled. They're beat up. Some of these guys are shot. Like they're injured. Like they took frag or something. Like they're holding bleeding hands and shot in the leg or the hand. And some of them are crying, right? They saw their squad mates get shot in the street. They've been through the worst night of their life. And this kind of speaks for our leadership. But I'm standing there in the hallway with our guys, just taking this all in. And our chief at the time, who's the chief over SWAT, comes upstairs and walks down the hallway looking at everyone and stops right in front of me and looks at me and goes, "Man, it's hot in here." And then walks off. And I thought, that's the best you could do. With all these officers standing here going through what they're going through, that's the best you could do, is to say that. We get processed by PES. They take the pictures, all that. They take our guns, and they send us home. And I'm driving home, and I am fully aware of the magnitude of everything that had happened. And I'm not come down off that high and that adrenaline, because I know it's about to crash eventually, but I haven't come down. And, of course, Ryan Scott calls me on the way home, like, of course.
You know.
And so he's real talkative. And I remember, he was excited too. And I just remember feeling like, man, I was proud of you guys. I was really proud of you guys and how everyone just worked so well in that hallway and what we did. And anyway, I got to hang up. Someone called me and said, when you get home, rest up the best you can and eat some breakfast, because you're probably going to have to come back into work. Chief Brown had a death threat and we need to guard his residence around the clock. Okay. I pull into my driveway. My wife is already there to greet me. She had no idea what I'd been through. She had seen the news. She watched it kind of for as long as she could and then turn off the TV. And everyone had figured, hey, well, he's in SWAT. He's doing his thing. He probably responded, and they had the guy cornered and they do their usual operation thing. Had no idea. So she was good. She let me in the house and said, I'll make you breakfast. You talk whenever you're ready. And the time that I was sitting there and had eaten breakfast and had started to talk to her and tell her the story, someone had come to our house and tied a giant blue ribbon around the tree in my front yard. I have no idea who it was. This was 7:30 in the morning. Someone had already done that. So the city was up, and the city knew. And someone knew that there was an officer who lived at that house and tied that ribbon. On a different perspective, Brandon Barry, after writing his statement, went immediately from headquarters and sat outside Chief Brown's residence. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30. His mom lives in Utah, I think, so there's a time difference. He doesn't want to call her. His dad, I think, lives in New York. He's single. He doesn't have anyone here. No family, no girlfriend, no wife. And he's sitting out in that Tahoe in front of Chief Brown's place. And all he wants to do is probably be with the guys to decompress and talk about this stuff. He's just been through the biggest moment of his life. And there he is, still continuing work, and it's already been a 25-hour work day. Like, do we fail that guy? By God, we failed that guy. And that's the way it was for SWAT for the rest of the weeks after that. It's we continued to work and just come in and deal with that. Well, I know there was a lot of other resources and assistance for other officers who had been going through some things and dealing with July 7th, and that's good for them. But for SWAT, we had gone through a kind of a crappy year, and it just continued to be crappy for us, and that's what we dealt with. The funerals, it was important for me to go to Lawrence. I didn't necessarily want to go to all 5. I didn't even know if I necessarily wanted to go to the first 3, but I needed to go to Lawrence. And I remember feeling like a ghost at that funeral. Survivor's guilt is something that is real, that can happen to you even in a situation like that. There was some of that. And I just remember being at the funeral and standing on the peripheral of the crowd at the church and seeing my friends carrying Lauren's casket. And it was, Joe King, Mike Mata, Pat Starr, Greg Garcia. That was my police family there. And I still remember, Joe, you found me and grabbed a hold of me and were crying and said, "Hey, come here. You got to see Pat. Pat really wants to say hi to you." And I planned on trying to be unseen. And so you kind of dragged me into the middle of this huge crowd of officers, and Pat seeing me and turning around and giving me the biggest hug and crying and saying, "Man, I was so glad it was you that got to be up there." And that's the way I look at it, is I just feel extremely privileged that I got to be me who was up there that night for Lauren. So, in some ways, we lost 5 officers, but at the same time, we also had those other 5 officers who were with me, and those guys are also my Dallas 5.
Ryan was with you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Here's what he had to say about you. For those who know Danny, there are hundreds of positive attributes that fit. For me, 2 stand out among his many traits. The first is his unselfishness. I don't think there's a selfish bone in his body. Many people talk a good game, but Danny is the only one to play it with all heart. If he told you he would give you the shirt off his back, it would happen, and then some. When he says he will help you and do a thing, it will happen. And the most surprising part of Danny's unselfishness is that he doesn't seek attention for his deeds. He has helped so many people in so many different ways. But you don't know it because he keeps it to himself. He literally does it because someone needed help. The second trait that comes to mind is impetus. He draws the best out of those around him. It's a weird, unique thing. He doesn't demand it, coach it, or drag it out of you. You bring your best to the surface, and when you're around him, it's magnetic in a way. In all my years knowing Danny, I've never seen the opposite. I've never seen someone be worse when working with him. The last thing I'll say is Danny and I couldn't be more opposite. I grew up in Dallas, in the city. Danny grew up in no man's land, a wilderness in a way. I went the military route. He dove into music and university, but then our paths crossed as police officers. Despite all the differences, and I say this with all sincerity, if something were to happen to me or my wife, and besides my family, Danny is the one I'd want to raise my kids. I know they would get the love and guidance and positive upbringing they deserve. Last but not least, Danny's parents are great. If you ever have a chance to meet Alan and Kim, you'll be a better person for it. And after meeting them, you'll understand where Danny gets it from.
Well, that's awesome, Ryan. Thanks, buddy. Love you.
I have another quote from another one of your teammates.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're going to stack them on. Daniel Canete is an outstanding police officer. Someone who is always informed of the world's events, yet at the same time, very grounded in his profession. He has a very unique perspective on a number of things, and that always leads to great discussions. I appreciate his professionalism, his camaraderie. One of the guys that will go through the door with you, Matt Smith.
Nice. A true professional there. I want to speak to something real quick, Joe. I wanted to say this when we recorded your episode, and I just couldn't find the time to say it and sneak it in without it feeling like I was sidelining us from it being your episode. But I got 4 phone calls when I got home that morning. One was from my supervisor, Kent Wolverton, who was in anguish that he was not in Dallas at that time. And I know that probably tore him up. But as my supervisor, of course, he called me immediately to check on me. One was my old ASL in the 10s, Todd Stratman. The third was Jeremiah Torres. And the fourth was you, Joe. And I was very distracted for those weeks on. I was dealing with a lot, obviously, with everything and even juggling my own family. But I want to apologize for not reaching out to you more during that time, knowing what Lauren was to both of us as a friend, and even more so to you. That always really bothered me later for not being more aware. But I'm glad to know that I know you forgive me for that and you're okay because you understood what I was going through.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Yeah.
You just Uno reverse carded Joe.
I was going to try to.
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to try to.
No, you never need to apologize for that. I knew what you were going through.
Yeah.
And I was proud of you for what you did. When I called you on 7/8, I had no idea of your involvement, and we talked for damn near 2 hours. And so that's why, you're sharing a glimpse of it, of everything that happened with the listener and the people that have been supporting this show. And I think it's important for people to know what this day meant to so many people, and it still does.
Yeah.
It changed so many of us. I mean, I believe that. I believe that incident drove me off the street, to be honest. But now I feel that I'm serving at a different level, and I get to do this with people like you and Kent and Misty, but you never have to apologize for that. You were there for me in the way you needed to be there for me, and you were there for the Dallas 5 the way you needed to be there that night.
Thanks.
You did your work.
Yeah.
So we got one more here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll probably pick up on this one pretty quick. But it says, what can I say about the gluten-free James Bond that hasn't already been said? He can talk your ear off about the natural number, music theory, the best climbing routes around Custer, or the terminal ballistics of a 308 at 600 yards. There's not much that Danny can't do besides come up with a witty comeback when you're breaking his balls. But in all honesty, Danny is incredibly knowledgeable and an astounding person, and he's achieved a lot. I was extremely honored and proud to be by his side on July 7th, 2016. Both him and Ryan were new to my squad, and we quickly became close friends and teammates. From day one, it was always a competition, all of us trying to push the other to be better, quicker, smarter, and it paid off in spades on 7-7. Looking left and right, seeing these guys next to me gave me all the confidence in the world that we were going to be able to take on whatever happened to us in that hallway. So thanks, Danny, for being there and keeping me on my toes, pushing me to be better, and being a great friend. You're always there with a helping hand when life threw curveballs. You and the Tins will always be family. From Brandon Berry.
All right, Brandon. Thanks.
So all three of you guys worked for me at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And
You had a unique perspective on all three of us doing that, yeah.
well, it was almost fatherly, right? I can't even find a word to describe how angry I was that I was 300 miles away. I was down in San Antonio. I don't know if that's exactly right. It felt like forever away.
1,000, yeah.
I was so frustrated that all the time that we spent training for all this stuff, that you guys were there doing it without me. But by the time I got wind of what had actually happened and that it was you three there, man, the pride that I felt of knowing you guys and working with you guys, it was unbelievable.
Well, we just heard from your boss at the time of July 7th, and we all get to stay connected because of this show. But your current boss, he also had something to say about you.
Oh, okay.
I've seen and heard instances from early in Danny's career that his focus, determination, and desire are genuinely outstanding. I later enjoyed and respected his candid approach. Enjoying came much later, which pairs with his intolerance for mediocrity to achieve whatever he decides in his mission. It is rare to meet people who see living the way he does, and it has been my pleasure to share a few moments with him. Finally, lest I forget to mention the many things he does for others that we do not see or he won't tell about. And he's been doing it for years like a true gentleman, without glorification, without adoration. Lieutenant Andre Taylor.
Oh, boy. Okay. Wow. Thanks, Andre.
We went on a long journey with this special 100th episode, and I always wanted to have you on to tell the story, and I knew the story was going to be substantial and lengthy. You know, I had this idea for reasons, and I've documented that, the reason why I wanted to do this, and I like to surround myself with great people. Whenever I ask you to be involved with this show, I really don't know why you ever agreed to it, but I want to ask you how it's been rewarding to you, if it has, in doing this show.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously none of us are doing this for money, and there's a lot of hours outside of work that go into this. When you told me your idea for this, what hit me was I knew people were going to come on here and share some very vulnerable things. They're going to be put in a spot where they're vulnerable, and we were going to try and do that too, right? We're going to try and press them to get some of this stuff out and tell these stories. The other part of that I also knew was there would be an avenue of therapy in that as well for them. And I kind of had an idea on that from my own experience. So after 7/7, I was pulled aside by some brass and told, do not talk about what happened on 7/7 from your perspective. And me trying to be like a quiet professional, yeah, that's all right, fine, I won't. And then like a year or two, it got to be a lot hearing other people tell their story, especially if it was, we'll say, a lie about what they did that night, and me being up there and knowing what actually happened, kind of having to hear this stuff, started to grind on me, you know, just kind of living with it. And there ended up being a journalist with the Dallas Morning News that somehow got in with some of the guys in SWAT and started talking to them, and they started spilling the story. And I remember having a conversation with one of the guys on the team that I called him about this, and he said, yeah, we're all talking, you might as well. And at first I wasn't going to, but then I thought about it, and I thought, if I don't say something, my story will be told by someone else, and it may or may not be right, or it may or may not be correct. So I might as well do this. And so I told my side of the story, and she took that whole thing and ran with it, and it ended up being a huge Dallas Morning News article, and I think she got a lot of accolades for it, and it was well done. But what I noticed was, as soon as that story came out, I don't know who read it, I really don't, but as soon as it was public, all the resentment just disappeared. It's like I've been holding on to that for so long, and all I wanted was the truth to just get out about what the group of us did up there and kind of what we went through. I just wanted that to be known. So I thought, well, if doing something like that worked for me in order for me to like kind of get rid of some of this negativity, what can we do for other officers, and letting them tell their story from their perspective on their side. And the other thing I wanted out of this was to document some DPD history, especially some of the people that I look at as icons on the department. We talk about Lance Crawford, and it's like, you have officers come on now and they don't necessarily know who Lance is because they weren't living in that era that we went through in the good old times of policing in Southeast. And so I kind of wanted to do some of that, as well as document the history of DPD. And then that's where everything has been rewarding, because it wouldn't be rewarding unless we did put in our own hours of our own time. Otherwise, it'd just be something we did, especially if we got paid for it. But because we're putting in our own time, it's something we are sharing at the same time as the people who are coming on are sharing. And we're kind of throwing that all in the mix together and realizing that we're all doing this within the right spirit and the right intentions.
And preserving people's true stories and experiences in a respectful way. And I know that you take a lot of pride in the production of this, and you always have. And that's for the person that comes on and tell their story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are very meticulous about trying to portray that person in the best light. Like in the editing, we try to make things sound as smooth as possible. We respect their things that they may regret saying on the mic and some sensitivities they may have, and we do all the editing we can. And it's a big deal for me to do the best we can with delivering their story. We have to do them right. Some of these people have some huge stories and what they've been through, and that's kind of where the music came in. You had called me and asked if I would write some music for this, and I don't have the recording equipment for that, and you had even termed it as a jingle, and I know what you're talking about. But I was thinking about it, I'm like, we can't have cheesy jingles or commercial music. This has to be something more. Music is such an anchor that ties your emotions into things as well, and gets a message across. So I spent a week poring over a lot of different music libraries and samples, and I kept coming up with these 2 pieces of music and couldn't decide on which one. So I think we decided in the end to use both. And this won't make sense necessarily to most listeners, but that deciding factor on that was I realized that the first piece of music was written in the same key as the second piece of music. And so I was able to blend it at the end and make a good transition, because I didn't want any music that had lyrics necessarily while you're overlaying it with talking, and in the intro, couldn't have that. So it had to be instrumental music, but I just was really drawn to the Never Give Up on You by Judah and the Lion. And so wanted to fit that in, and we ended up tying it in there. And man, I just never knew how much of a reaction it would get from people. They're just talking about all the time about the music in that song.
That is exactly why I ask you. And yeah, I call it a jingle because I'm dumb, but it is the truth though, that this is why exactly I wanted you to get involved. And it was really important to me that whoever touched this they were police. They were first responders. And I wanted, from the editing, from the music application, from the flow, it's our hands that build this. And I think that was always important to me, that it be police related. And we're not professional production people, but no. Damn it, I'm very proud of the final production when we release it for these folks. Oh
yeah, definitely with what we do with low budget here, typical cops, low budget.
Even the professional podcast, some of the other ones that I've listened to, it's not even close. I enjoy ours way more.
Oh yeah. Some of them sound like they're in a well. Okay, and that is why the people that have been on, the co-host and some of the recurring co-hosts, they're on here for a reason. But Danny Canete, with his sound expertise and the magic that he puts into these, I mean, it really comes out in the final production, and it's for the guests, it's for their families, it's for their friends, because they listen to this, they're proud to put this out there and document their piece of history and their trauma and their resiliency. And it's out there for their entire family. And that's what I wanted to do. That's why I pulled you on for this episode, because I want to do this for your wife, your parents, your kids, their kids. It's always going to be out there for them to enjoy. And that means a lot. That means a lot to me.
Yeah, you hit on something there. So people may not know, but I've been extremely apprehensive about doing this. To me, something going on the internet is forever. It's immortal. It can be used against you. 20 years from now, I may cringe at some of the things I said and wish I hadn't said them. And it's just, I could go on and on with all the negatives, but I have to speak to family, and that's really kind of why I did this. Was my mom started saying some things, so I knew that she was interested in it and pushing. But not enough is said about the family of officers. They go through just as much as we do, really, in their own way. That if you are a police officer, your family it's like they're living a parallel life with you, and they're receiving all the residual and everything else. It's incredible, especially being on SWAT. You all know there's no way that schedule would work without the families being able to keep life going for you. I mean, you look at 7/7 with my wife Emily being there as soon as the garage door opened and saying, "Hey, why don't you come on in and have breakfast?" So I just have to say, Emily, I love you, and thanks for always trying to piece back together this broken man. And for all the police families out there, you may not hear it enough, but we know what you do, and we're ever so grateful for you standing with us in our lives.
You know, we've talked offline, Danny, about the trauma and the effects on not only the officer but their family and navigating this profession. Can you talk on that a little bit more?
I guess I might have to, being involved with the wellness unit, huh? Well, a couple of things. So, you know, I get asked a lot on how I deal with these things, because I think people can tell I deal with them pretty well. I make sure that they don't damage myself, my spirit, my home life. So I want to talk about a couple of things. One is, you know, we tend to do things backwards with our health and wellness. So if I want to get fit, the first thing I think about is lifting weights or working out. And then I look at, well, if I want to maximize those things, now I'm going to start looking at my diet. And then at the very end, I look at sleep. You know, and I realize, oh, my recovery's in my sleep. And that's probably the inverse is what we need to do. We need to look at our sleep first, then get our diets right, and then we're healthy enough to really start pushing our bodies and working out. I think in the same way with the wellness space, we may be doing things in reverse, where we focus on the physical, and then we look at the emotional and the mental. And then at the very end, we're looking at this spiritual part. And it may be that we need to go back and reverse it and first look at the spiritual, and we can have our minds and our emotions right, and then we're fit and ready to take on the physical challenges. For me, besides having such a different brain and growing up the way I did, the big thing that has helped me navigate life from the very beginning is having strong faith in Jesus Christ. It's been a foundation, and at times when it's been very weak, it's still a foundation that is in there. We have really lost touch with our spirituality. As we increase technology and things get more advanced, we ostensibly believe that we are more advanced. And it's just not so. It's taken away from our spirituality. The more we increase technology, the less we have in spirituality, and the more we decrease our abilities to be connected to something. When I speak on the wellness and trauma stuff, so I go all over the country and I speak about 7/7, and it's always brought up. Like, they actually request that I speak to this, and it's amazing how many officers come up afterwards to talk to me about all this stuff, and they feel like they got something out of it, and they start asking me questions. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like I can't relate a lot of the times with what they're going through when they have a traumatic experience with a shooting they've been in or something they saw. I have a couple of things I say the best I can to speak to those things in hopes that it helps. But the first off being that I think that a lot of the trauma we see at work it's expected. We sign up for this job knowing we're going to see those things. And so if they're starting to affect us heavily, either we're ingesting too much of it under bad circumstances, and maybe home life is not good, or maybe it's in our spiritual sense, we're not really solid in our spirituality. And likely officers are stepping into this job with trauma already. And because they already have that trauma, they're not handling the trauma as well on the job when these things happen. And so if you decide to become a police officer, or if you're new to this job, you need to make sure that whatever trauma you have going on right now in your life, or you've had in the past with your childhood, that get that addressed and get that removed. Because in the end, what it is it's actually bondage. And you need to free yourself from that so you can be healthy to continue this job, because this job will pour plenty of trauma on you. I tell this other story too. I saw this saying once, and it said, I don't even know who it was or in what context, but it said, it should be every man's hope that at least once in his early life, he hears a voice from the darkness telling him he will die. There hasn't been too many times on this job I've heard that voice, but there has been a couple. You might imagine 7-7 was one of them. There's another one I kind of laugh about and talk about, but I was in narcotics, and it was with the cartel guys. I made a plan to go buy a sample of champagne meth, and my squad had agreed that they did not want me going into this motel. And I agreed. I wasn't going to. I was going to call him out. When the cartel had taken over this entire floor in the motel, so they had a room that was for washing, they had a room for the money, they had a room for the selling, they had a room for the enforcers to hang out in, they had a smoke room. So they had all these rooms taken up on this floor. And when I get there, I text the guy to come out and meet me, and he's like, no, come up to my room. I'm like, ah. So I text all my squad who was covering me and said, I'm going in the motel. It was against the plan. So I go up there and meet him, knock on the door, go in his room, and we talk for a little bit. And I'm like, where's his stuff? And he says, oh, we got to go to this other room. So he brings me to this other room, and I'm trying to text the guys as soon as I figure out what room we're going to let them know. He does a secret knock on this door. Door opens. We both step into this room, and it's kind of dark because they have the curtains pulled and everything, and the door shuts behind me. And right as the door shuts behind me, my eyes adjust, and I see a couple Mexicans in there, and I see two black guys sitting on this bed, and they jump up immediately when they see me. And then I see a shotgun on this card table and some blankets, and I'm trying to take in the rest of what's going on, and all of a sudden I am shoved into the bathroom, and they pull the door shut behind me, and they start talking very angrily at each other in Spanish. Sadly, my Spanish is not good enough to understand what they're talking about, but I do know that they're talking about me being there, and my friend who had brought me there, they were unhappy with him, and I could tell they were trying to discuss what to do with me. That's when I heard that voice again. It's this tiny voice that says, you might die. And when you hear that voice, it just makes you feel very alone. It's one of the most dismal voices. Right at that moment, I recall this story. It was an old SWAT operation that had been debriefed a bunch, and I knew about it. It was before my time coming on, but Misty was there, I believe. And it was a guy killed his girlfriend's new boyfriend and some of her kids.
It was Duncanville Road. Yeah.
And he had taken the girlfriend hostage, and the first three responding officers get there and try to rescue her, and they're shot. That being Sergeant Flouché, Ed Coffey, and Patino. And it ends up being a SWAT operation. And so SWAT ends up getting out there, and more rounds are fired and stuff. But eventually the entry team goes in to move on this guy, and the guy's in the bathroom. And he gets down in the bathtub and lays down with a shotgun over the bathtub. And the team talks about how they breached that bathroom door, and they're taking this angle on the bathroom door in order to minimize their exposure. And as such as it was, they couldn't see this bad guy in the bathtub. Bad guy ends up shooting as well, and so some officers get hit, and SWAT officers are shot. But for whatever reason, I remember this story right then when I'm shoved in the bathroom. And so I get down in the bathtub. And I'm lying down there, and I get my hand under my shirt and grab my pistol, and I'm thinking about this, and I realize this shitty bathroom doesn't even have a curtain in this shower, and then my dumb ass didn't even turn off the light before I got in the bathtub, you know. And all this is racing through my mind, and I'm starting to feel very alone at this moment. Like, and I realize my squad can't hear me on the bug and know where I'm at and what's going on. I'm just feeling very alone. So if like being 40 and younger is a man's early life, yeah, I've heard that voice several times. And other officers out there may be hearing that voice as well when they've gone through something traumatic. But just realize that ultimately, in the end, we are privileged. We are so privileged to walk this walk in this profession and deal with these things. And some of those things may be traumatic. In a lot of ways, we're privileged to end up at the very end of it. You know, whether you heard those voices and they were very dismal, and now they're still with you. You know, to be so alone in such a moment, but still come out alive or victorious in the end, either by your own skills and perseverance or by from a miracle of God. You know, just try to remember that we are still very privileged. So with all of that, I just wanted to say for everyone else out there, open and still your minds, especially in the years to come with this profession. Seek truth through walking in the world and the experiences. Don't seek it through your cell phone. Love your family. Care for others. Reclaim your faith. Pray. Build a community. Forge a brotherhood. Know our history. Live by values. Shed cowardice and brandish courage. Take action. See you on the other side.
Hey brother, hey sister, I'll never give up on you. Hey Mrs., hey mister, I'll see this all the way through. No matter how far the sun and the moon, I'll never give up on you. Down when you're lonely, I'll pull you up. Life leaves you heavy when the going gets tough. I'll be your shoulder, together we'll run. Up from the bottom, yeah, we'll rise above. Hey brother, hey sister, I'll never give up on you. Hey Mrs., hey mister, I'll see this all the way through. No matter how far the sun and the moon, I'll never give up on you. Sister, I'll never give up on you. Hey Mrs., hey mister, I'll see this all the way through. No matter how far, for the gold and the blue, I'll never give up.